Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, May 2nd, 2022. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Abeyta, if you join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have Jennifer Martinez from our Communications Office introduce our Pets of the Week.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the City's Communications Office. And today I do have a new cat and dog of the week to introduce you to, and I will start with our cat of the week, who is Jello. Jello is a mellow cat that likes to get your attention. She loves getting pet. She shows you affection and purrs as soon as she sees you. She is waiting for her forever home and hopes she can show you just how sweet she can be. And then we have Zeppelin. This 53-pound guy is about 5 years old and still kind of feels like he's a puppy. He's very playful and loves to have a good time. He is outgoing and energetic and is very affectionate. His forever family may enjoy long walks, then long cuddles afterward. You can meet Zeppelin or Jello. All you have to do is call the Animal Services Center at 382-0018 to set up a time to get to know these two. You can also head to the farmers market this weekend from 9 a.m. to noon to meet some of the other pets the LCMC has to adopt out. And Mayor, if I can take another moment of your time, the Animal Services Center right now is looking for the public's help in combating canine distemper, and that they can do by not bringing animals into the shelter. Canine distemper has been on the rise and it is affecting our shelter. If folks at home can learn to make every attempt to rehome animals before they're taken to the shelter, that will help prevent further contact and spread. And if you're not familiar, distemper is highly contagious. It does have a 50% mortality rate. It affects multiple organ systems such as respiratory, nervous, and gastrointestinal. You can get more information on this from the Animal Service Center's Facebook page. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. And next we're going to have Dr. Francisco Payadas, who's going to, our Deputy Economic Development Director, is going to give the jobs of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. For this week's Jobs of the Week, we have a risk analyst, and this is with the City of Las Cruces. This position is going to be paying between $28 to $40, depending on the experience per hour. And this position will be closing on the 16th of May of 2022. There's also positions available with Flowerama, and this is for the counter help. And this position is going to be paying $11.50 an hour. And this position will be closing on 25th of May of 2022. There's also a couple of positions open with Kershaw Electric Incorporated. The salary was not disclosed, and these are for electrician positions. These positions will be closing on the 24th of May of 2022. There's also a position available as a credit assistant with NCI Building Systems. This position is paying between $11.50 to $13.50 an hour, again, depending on the experience, and these will be closing on July 24, 2022. Besides this, we have LinkQuest is looking to hire a manager with material control. This position is paying between $28.36 to $59.61, depending on the experience, and this position will be closing on the 25th of July of 2022. Again, inviting the public, members of the City Council and public in general, that we're going to be having a job fair. The Las Cruces Job Fair is going to be Thursday, May the 12th, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the Las Cruces Convention Center. For a full list of jobs, as always, internships, volunteer opportunities, please visit employeenm.com and governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And this is the flyer for the job fair. So if you're interested, this is the flyer for the job fair. We have some of these printed flyers up in front in the front desk for whomever is interested. If you know someone that is looking for workers, if you know someone that is looking for a job, this is your perfect opportunity. And as always, the information for the New Mexico Workforce Connections office is at 524-6250. That's the telephone number, and they're located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard here in our downtown Las Cruces. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Payadas. Okay, so now I'm going to ask if Lupe Rodriguez Jaramillo and her husband would join me here to my right. So I'm here to present an award posthumously, but I will tell you, let me just start off. Of course, September 11th, 2001 was a day that all of us will remember. It was a day when a group of people who hated America attacked the Twin Towers, the Pentagon, and tried to attack the Capitol. Fast forward a few years, many people, men and women, joined the military to serve. They had that calling. And one young man who was a graduate of Mayfield High School, Antonio Ray Rod Rodriguez, joined the service, the Army. A very decorated soldier. E8, I believe, made it in less than 8 years. Now, that's hard to do. I mean, people spend their careers in the Army 20, 25 years, and they're lucky to get to that level. Special Forces, this young man was amazing. Unfortunately, he lost his life in February 2020. And the family here, they're having a golf tournament to raise money to keep his memory alive and give away scholarships. And I wanted to do something for the family, and I wanted to present this to one of America's heroes, Sergeant First Class Antonio Ray Rod Rodriguez. Says, to an American hero who gave the ultimate sacrifice for his country. May 2022. It's called the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award. So I'd like to present that to you.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much today for allowing us to have just a brief moment of your time on this day today. I'd like to, my name, Javier Jaramillo. I want to introduce my wife, Guadalupe Rodriguez Jaramillo, the mother of Sergeant First Class Antonio Ray Rod Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. I just wanted to say that I started a scholarship. My son walked away February 8th of 2020, and I started a scholarship at New Mexico State University for him so that my son could continue to give back to young men and women who are going to pursue that military career. And in the process of starting that and awarding the first student the award in fall of 2020, I went ahead and started the Sergeant First Class Antonio Ray Rod Rodriguez nonprofit foundation, because on the other end of that is men like my son and women like my son that go into the military and go to other countries, and I figured there was a need to help the ones that are going down the path, and there's also the need to help the ones that are on that path and at the end of that path of retirement. So I wanted to make sure that my son continued to do the things that he did in life, which was to remember to help the person that was next to him. And he's not here to do that now, but I am, and I'm his mother. And so I hope that in doing all this, that we continue to remember his name and the sacrifice that young men and women like my son give for all of us to have this freedom. That's all. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for allowing us to bestow this small token of our appreciation on behalf of the City of Las Cruces, State of New Mexico, United States of America. So God bless your son, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a rather large stack of proclamations to read today, and I'm so excited to see all of you join us. Our first proclamation is going to be for the Mesilla Valley Chorale Day, and it will be presented to Reldon Beck. So if you are here, please come down. Thank you. Welcome. For our proclamation, whereas the Mesilla Valley Chorale has entertained the people of Las Cruces with live choral music since 1972, and whereas the Mesilla Valley Chorale has supported the local community by raising funds many times for the Rio Grande Theater and the Community of Hope, and whereas the Mesilla Valley Chorale has promoted the image of the local community by performing with the NMSU choirs, the Las Cruces Symphony, the French choir here and in France, and the Albuquerque Civic Choir in a New Mexico Centennial event, and whereas the Mesilla Valley Chorale provides an exciting venue for experienced singers in the community who share a passion for performing chorale music. And whereas the Mesilla Valley Chorale is known for its excellence in diversity of its concerts, which feature 3 to 8-part music from classical to pops, and whereas the Mesilla Valley Chorale is well positioned to continue contributing to the musical culture of Las Cruces for many years ahead. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces to New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Sunday, May 8th, 2022 as Mesilla Valley Chorale Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Miyagishima and the City Council. Thank you for this spatial recognition, and we're very pleased and proud to be part of the Las Cruces Arts, and the Mesilla Valley Chorale has been part of that for 50 years now, and we are excited about our upcoming concert that we're going to have this following Sunday at 3 o'clock at the Rio Grande Theater. We hope that many of you can come and join us there this Sunday. It is a wonderful place, and we really appreciate the Rio Grande and all of it. And these ladies are part of our chorale. Currently, we have about 35 members that are singing with us, and Carol Knight right here is our current director. So anyway, thank you very much.
Our next proclamation will be National Day of Prayer, presented to Mr. Chuck Wendler. Thank you. We have our proclamation. Whereas the 71st observance of the National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 5th, 2022. Prayer brings people together in the unity of spirit, truth, and love. And whereas the National Day of Prayer has been part of our national heritage since it was declared by the First Continental Congress in 1775, and whereas the United States Congress in 1952 approved as a joint resolution that the President shall set aside and proclaim a suitable day of each year, other than a Sunday, as National Day of Prayer, on which the people of the United States may turn to God in prayer and meditation at churches and in groups and as individuals. And whereas the United States Congress in 1988, by Public Law 100-307, as amended, established an act to provide for setting aside the first Thursday in May as the day on which the National Day of Prayer is celebrated. And whereas leaders and citizens of our communities, cities, states, and nation are afforded the privilege of prayer with the joy of seeking divine guidance, strength, protection, and comfort from Almighty God. And whereas recognizing the love of God, we, the citizens of New Mexico, treasure the freedoms to gather in prayer, exercising reliance on God's power in the face of present challenges and threats, asking for His blessing on every individual in our city. And now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 5th, 2022 as National Day of Prayer throughout the city of Las Cruces, and signed by our Mayor, Ken Miyagishima, and attested to by Christina Rivera, our City Clerk.
Mayor, Council, we certainly do gratefully accept that proclamation. You know, the one thing that does unite us still in this country, we pray, is our faith. Every year, the National Day of Prayer, this is the 71st observance of that. They pick a particular theme, Colossians 2, 6, 7, exalt the Lord who has sustained us. And we're seeing evidence of that right now, still very much alive, our First Amendment. The Lord's still sustaining us in spite of all of our challenges, right? So, Mayor, Council, we in turn, on behalf of the National Day of Prayer Committee, and all of you who believe in the good book, the Lord, then you can be part of this. You are part of this, okay, the task force. And so on behalf of everybody here, we'd like to present this to the Mayor and the Council. And if I can be so bold for just a few more moments, get these reading glasses on, see if my eyes can still do this, okay? The first prayer in Congress goes back a ways. When the Congress first met, Mr. Cushing made a motion that it should be opened with prayer. It was opposed because we were so divided in religious sentiment. Some Episcopalians, some Quakers, some Anabaptists, some Presbyterians, and some Congregationalists, that we could join in the same act of worship. Not join, sorry. Yeah, that's big. Not join. Mr. Samuel Adams arose and said, I was no bigot, and I could hear a prayer from a gentleman of piety and virtue who was at the same time a friend of his country. He had heard that Mr. Duché deserved that character, and therefore he moved that Mr. Duché, an Episcopalian clergyman, might be desired to read prayers to the Congress tomorrow morning. The motion was seconded and passed. Accordingly, next morning, Mr. Duché read several prayers in the established form and then read the collect for the 7th day of September, which was the 35th Psalm. Never saw a greater effect upon an audience. It seemed as if heaven had ordained that psalm to be read that morning. After this, Mr. Duché, unexpectedly to everyone, struck out an extemporary prayer which filled the bosom of every man present. I must confess I never heard a better prayer or one so well pronounced, with such fervor, such ardor, such earnestness and pathos, that in language, elegance, and sublime. It has had an excellent effect on everybody here. I must beg you to read that psalm. John Adams, in a letter to his wife, Abigail, September 16th, 1774. We still have monuments here, folks, so I give that to you.
We're going to give it to you.
Here you go, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next proclamation will be for Economic Development Week, and it will be presented to Davin Lopez. He is here. Thank you. Our proclamation. Whereas the International Economic Development Council is the largest professional economic development organization dedicated to serving economic developers. And whereas the International Economic Development Council provides leadership and excellence in economic development for communities, members, and partners through conferences, training courses, advisory services, and research in-depth publications, public policy advocacy, and initiatives such as the Accredited Economic Development Organization programs and the Certified Economic Developer designation. And whereas our economic developers within the city of Las Cruces, Abeyta, and partners throughout Las Cruces promote economic well-being and quality of life for our communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas economic developers in Las Cruces stimulate and incubate entrepreneurism in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses, which is a hallmark of the American economy. And whereas economic developers in Las Cruces are engaged in a variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. And whereas economic developers in Las Cruces attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in our region. And whereas economic developers in Las Cruces work in the city of Las Cruces within the state of New Mexico. Now, therefore, we, the mayor, city council of the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of May 9th, 2022 through May 12th, 2022 as Economic Development Week in the city of Las Cruces, and remind individuals of the importance of this community celebration and support the expansion of career opportunities in providing our quality of life. Signed by Mayor Miyagishima and attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk. Thank you. And I do want to say, Davin has been such a wonderful asset to our community with all the work that you've done with Abeyta, and I'll turn over the microphone.
Well, first, Mayor, councilors, thank you for your recognition of Economic Development Week. It's a time to really look at the importance of economic development in the community and our society at large. But for the crowd at hand, this is a team effort that really requires everyone here, and not only behind me, but every one of you in the room. When I first got into economic development about 20 years ago here in New Mexico, it took me a while to really understand what this is really about, until a gentleman I was talking to had told me I never really thought about economic development much until my daughter was graduating from high school. And I really wanted to find a way for her to stay in the area and grow her family in the area as well. And I think that's where it really touched me, as economic development is very personal to each and every one of us. We all have our personal stories as to why economic development is important to each one of us. And ever since that day, that has been my goal, is try to make the environment here in Las Cruces stronger so that our kids can have opportunities to grow and succeed and stay here in the area. So thank you again for the recognition of Economic Development Week, and thank you all. If you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer what we do. Thank you.
And in the spirit of quality of life, we do have our next proclamation, which is National Small Business Week, and it's going to be presented by to Debbie Moore of the Chamber of Commerce and to Senator Hamblin. Thank you. For our proclamation, whereas for more than 51 years, the President of the United States has issued a proclamation announcing National Small Business Week, which recognizes the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and our small business owners. And whereas more than half of Americans either own or work for a small business, and they create about 2 out of every 3 new jobs in the U.S. every year. And whereas, as part of National Small Business Week, the U.S. Small Business Administration takes an opportunity to highlight the impact of outstanding entrepreneurs, small business owners, and others from all 50 states and the U.S. territories. And whereas every day they're working to grow small businesses, create 21st century jobs, drive innovation, and increase America's global competitiveness. And whereas National Small Business Week is a time to honor and celebrate America's entrepreneurs and innovative startups. And whereas this year's theme, Building a Better America Through Entrepreneurship, celebrates the resiliency and tenacity of America's entrepreneurs who are doing their part to power our nation's historic economic comeback. And whereas this week's long virtual summit will acknowledge small businesses from across the country for their resilience, ingenuity, and creativity, as well as recognize SBA partners for their involvement in entrepreneurial development, disaster recovery, government contracting, financial development, and overall support for small business and entrepreneurship. And whereas the Greater Las Cruces Chamber, the Las Cruces Green, and Las Cruces Hispano Chambers fully support the small businesses throughout our community and strive to provide them with the tools for success and sustainability. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of May 1st through May 7th, 2022 as National Small Business Week, signed by Mayor Miyagishima and attested to by Cristina Rivera. Thank you.
Senator's going to hold it while I speak. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council and Councilor Abeyta for the kind words. You know, small business is the heartbeat of any community across the nation, but certainly this week more than ever, as we celebrate our businesses, our small entrepreneur businesses, it is a true week of celebration. Coming out of COVID, they've been strong, and I encourage you, number one, because the Senator would probably hit me with the proclamation, to shop local. Let's get those dollars back into these stores and let's keep them in business. Obviously, we couldn't do it without our partnership, and we've got SBDC, the Hispano Chamber, and the Green Chamber, as well as my chamber, the Greater Las Cruces Chamber. And I want to just do a shout out to Elizabeth Teeters and her team at Economic Development for all their support that they do for small business. We couldn't do it without you. It takes a village to raise a business, so keep those dollars local. Thank you very much.
Our next proclamation is for National Travel and Tourism Week, presented to Olivia Alvarez. Belia. Our proclamation. Whereas travel and tourism have a critical role in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and the economic prosperity of the City of Las Cruces, the State of New Mexico, and the United States. And whereas travel and tourism is an indispensable source of job creation, economic growth, and spurs opportunity for business creation and expansion. And whereas the travel, tourism, and hospitality industries was one of the hardest hit business sectors in the City of Las Cruces, providing nearly 15% of the workforce prior to the pandemic, yet suffered over 70% of the jobs lost. And whereas the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico recognizes the future of travel and its importance and supports the hospitality, hotel, tourism, and restaurant industries' continued recovery. And whereas the future of travel will be a necessary and prominent component in fostering a vibrant community, facilitating economic recovery, and rebuilding job creation in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of May 1st, 2022 through May 7th, 2022 as National Travel and Tourism Week, and urge the citizens of Las Cruces, New Mexico to join us in recognizing their role in this industry in our city. Signed by Mayor Ken Miyagishima and attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Miyagashima, distinguished city councilors, members of the city. Wow, who would have thought that 20 months ago we would maybe not be opening our doors again, and here we are celebrating National Travel and Tourism Week. It's an emotional day because we are celebrating many, not just our businesses, but our employees. We have a couple here with me today that during that time frame, when we did close our doors, were not with us for a little while, but now they're back, and we're a family. This industry is a family. Our city's a family. So it's a beautiful day for us. And the economic of our industry has certainly changed as well. We're now welcoming astronauts and filmmakers, and not only did we reopen, but wow, did we reopen? So that's exciting. So I want to thank you for honoring and recognizing our industry today for National Travel and Tourism Week. Although our industry has faced many challenges, we have proven to be resilient and emerging every single day. This is a time for our industry to grow and elevate, delivering more economic activity, rebuilding, and restoring jobs that were lost. It's certainly a time when travel and tourism professionals across the country unite to celebrate the value travel has for our economy, our businesses, small businesses, communities, and personal well-being. Rebuilding our industry will help rebuild our city. Here's to rebuilding the future of travel. It's brighter than ever. We thank you. Gracias.
Our next proclamation is for Community Action Month, and it will be presented to Don Hummer. Thank you. And for our proclamation, whereas the Community Action Movement was founded in 1964 through the nation's war on poverty and is represented in nearly every country of the United States. And whereas ever since it has made essential contributions to individuals and families across this nation by creating economic opportunities, strengthening communities, and providing emergency assistance during the pandemic. And whereas Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico was established in 1965 to carry out essential services families facing adversity in Las Cruces and across the 5 southwestern counties in the state of New Mexico. And whereas Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico is a robust organization connecting over 12,000 individuals a year to services and creating pathways to prosperity. And whereas Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico builds and promotes economic stability as an essential aspect of enabling and enhancing stronger communities and stable homes. And whereas Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico delivers innovative services to create greater opportunities for families and children to thrive. And whereas Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico is celebrating 57 years of innovation, impact, and providing proven results to Las Cruces and Southern New Mexicans. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Community Action Month in recognition of the hard work and dedication of the Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico, signed by Mayor Miyagashima and attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk.
Councilor Abeyta, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Staff. I'm Mark Hohenstreiter on behalf of Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico. Don Hummer, our CEO, was called away on a compelling family emergency and sends our gratitude. We are located in Councilor Flores' district and appreciate her standing with us today. We would also like to thank the city for declaring May Community Action Month.
Our next proclamation is for Historic Preservation Month, and it's to Jose Aranda. Thank you. Our proclamation. Whereas from 1973 through 2004, National Preservation Week was annually observed during the month of May in recognition of the country's rich architectural history and cultural heritage, and since 2005, when the National Trust for Historic Preservation expanded the event to encompass all 4 weeks of May. And whereas in December 2019, the City of Las Cruces expanded its municipal code to adopt a historic preservation ordinance to declare as a matter of public policy that the protection, preservation, maintenance, care, and use of historic buildings and cultural properties is a public necessity conducive to the general welfare of the people and beneficial to the furtherance of the community's economic prosperity and quality of life. And whereas the city's Historic Preservation Commission exercises its duties to review and consider any potential impacts where positive or adverse upon alteration or demolition of buildings within our local historic districts or older buildings elsewhere in the city by referring to recently completed design guidelines. And whereas residents and commercial buildings within the city's designated historic districts and older, well-established neighborhoods benefits from reinvesting in their maintenance and upkeep to ensure sustainable architectural practices for the betterment of the environment and for the city's economic health and vitality, with an objective of designation in the Las Cruces Register of Cultural Properties. And whereas in December 2021, the City of Las Cruces attained certified local government status through United States Department of the Interior, becoming the 10th CLG in the state of New Mexico to affirm its commitment to a preservation ethic for the betterment of our community while enjoying the benefits of the CLG status through grant opportunities, training, and the furtherance of preservation work to improve quality of life for residents and visitors. And now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Historic Preservation Month, to join with the communities across the United States of America in celebrating the nation's rich history. Signed by Mayor Miyagishima and attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jose Aranda. I'm the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, and I have some of the other members of the commission here with me. We'd like to thank the mayor and the council for acknowledging this. Historic preservation is very important, we feel, and but there has been a lot of other players involved that could make, if we wanted to, this presentation much longer, to acknowledge as I forgot her name, but whoever was here formerly said it takes a village. That's very true. And so there's a lot of players in town that have contributed to this, and we look forward to continuing working hard and promoting historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is going to be National Bike Month, presented to George Pearson. Our proclamation. Whereas the bicycle is a viable environmentally and economically sound form of transportation, and an excellent form of recreation. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists, the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, the City of Las Cruces, the Las Cruces Public Schools, local cycling clubs, and independent bicyclists are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operations and safety education. And whereas the City of Las Cruces in 2021 earned a 4-year renewal bronze level designation as a bicycle-friendly community from the League of American Bicyclists, and the city has adopted its active transportation plan and complete streets ordinance. And whereas the City of Las Cruces continues to improve bicycle routes and trails for transportation and recreation, and the City of the Mesilla Valley MPO and the Las Cruces Public Schools support the Safe Routes to School program. And whereas bicyclists of all ages throughout Las Cruces, the Mesilla Valley, and the nation will be promoting bicycling as an environmentally friendly alternative to the automobile and a wholesome activity that improves health during the month of May 22 through group rides, events, and commuting to school and work. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as National Bike Month, and the week of May 2nd through May 6th as Las Cruces Bike to School Week, and May 20th as Las Cruces Bike to Work Day throughout our proud city, and urge all who support bicycling to participate in the planned events. Signed by Mayor Ken Miyagashima and attested to by Christina Rivera, City Clerk.
Thank you to the mayor and council. We're so glad to be back again after 3 years. Bicycling became a great release during the pandemic with lots of new riders getting out instead of sitting in their house. So there was that was also evidenced by a shortage of bicycle parts. So we are getting back to more normal on that, and we do invite everybody to a number of Bike Month activities that are coming up. We just had our Safe Routes to School Family Bike Fiesta, and this week, as mentioned, the Bike to School Week. Bike to School Day is throughout the week, and I'll ask Ashley to go into that a little bit deeper in a second. Velo Cruces will have a bike swap on Saturday, May 7th, so at the Moose Lodge parking lot at the north end of Farmers and Crafts Market, so there's a chance to get rid of stuff and maybe get some more stuff for your bicycling needs. The Bike Month Visibility Ride will leave the Transportation Museum at 7:15 a.m. on Monday, May 9th. Ride of Silence, which is an international commemoration of killed and injured cyclists, will be on Wednesday, May 18th, gathering at the Mesilla Plaza at 6:15 p.m. Bike to Work Day is Friday, May 20th, and the city is sponsoring an event outside here at City Hall from 7 till 9 o'clock in the morning. And Velo Cruces will have a Bike Month meet and greet at Little Toad at 5 p.m. on Bike to Work Day. And then the Mayor's Bike Ride on Saturday, May 21st at 10 a.m. So we get our, usually just only an annual, but we've had a gap for the annual bike ride. We've got some counselors I know that have bicycles, so maybe we need to put out a notice of potential quorum for that one, I hope. And then we're into June, we're going to have a adaptive cycle parade with the Everybody Rides with Grace program, which provides adaptive cycles to people with disabilities. That's a program with Velo Cruces. And this is Ashley Curry with Safe Routes to School, and she can tell us some more. And make sure you guys show up to the Bike to School Day.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Mayor and City Council and the members of the public. My name is Ashley Curry. I'm an employee of Las Cruces Public Schools, and I run the Safe Routes to School program. We have our National Bike to School Days coming up. I think almost all of our schools will be participating in that. We have our regular Walk to School Days, and so students will be invited to ride their bikes to school this week. Just off the top of my head, tomorrow we have Alameda Elementary, we have Doña Ana Elementary, and we have Mesilla Elementary. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have a number more events. The best place to find the details about that is on our Facebook page. It's Las Cruces Safe Routes to School, and all of the events and the meeting locations and times are listed out on our Facebook page. I also just wanted to say thank you to the city for the multi-use trails. We've been out with MacArthur Elementary and Messiah Park Elementary on after school for bike clubs, and they have greatly appreciated having places to explore, and the kids were just so surprised to see that there were little roads made just for them to be able to ride around the city. So thank you for that. One more event, we have Cyclofem, which George didn't mention, which is also on May 7th. It's at 9:15 a.m. at the Messiah Town Hall. So all women, come on out. We're going to have a ride. It's just, I call it a toodle ride. We just go at a slow pace, about 5 miles. So we would love to have any and all of you women who'd like to get on a bicycle and come biking. So hopefully we invite anybody to come with us biking this week or anytime during the month, or quite frankly, anytime during the year. And Las Cruces is a beautiful place to ride our bikes just about every day of the year. So thank you very much for having us today.
And George, please make sure they have that electric bike on for my, okay, all right, thanks. And Mrs. Rodriguez Jaramillo, don't leave yet. I've got something else.
And last but not least, we do have one more proclamation. It is for Volunteer Appreciation Month, and it will be presented to Ms. Lisa Bilvito. And our proclamation. Whereas the month of April has been designated Volunteer Appreciation Month by presidential order, setting it apart as a time to recognize the hard work, dedication, and passion of volunteers throughout our nation. And whereas each year, approximately 70 million Americans give more than 5 billion hours of their time in service to our nation, which is a testament to the compassion and generosity of the American spirit. And whereas in the year prior to COVID-19 pandemic, the City of Las Cruces volunteers provided more than 35,000 hours to city programs and endeavors equaling over 816,000 in value-added services. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, volunteers served faithfully and fearlessly at the mask up events, vaccination registration events, and vaccine administration clinics. And whereas the City of Las Cruces volunteers provided valuable services to all city departments, including but not limited to community development, economic development, parks and recreation department, police department, and the quality of life department. And whereas the City of Las Cruces commemorates National Volunteer Appreciation Month and formally recognizes its valued volunteers as a volunteer appreciation event held this year on April 30th, 2022. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Volunteer Appreciation Month, and acknowledge that the City of Las Cruces volunteers are a community treasure and an invaluable part of the city's mission to provide customer-focused municipal services to residents, businesses, and guests so they can experience a quality of life to live, work, and play. Signed by Mayor Nagashima and attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I didn't know I was going to be up here all by myself, but it has been my pleasure for the last 18 months to be a volunteer with Economic Development for the City of Las Cruces. A great learning experience as well, and I look forward to the next 18 months and more. So thank you.
If I could call back Sergeant First Class Rodriguez's family up here, please. So I have to apologize. Normally I have a little bit of a bio, and I didn't have it earlier, but I'd like to read it because Sergeant First Class Rodriguez is truly an American hero, and and I feel that we need to talk a little bit more about what his short life, but the many accomplishments that he was able to do. So Sergeant First Class Antonio Ray Rodriguez, known by his teammates as Rod, began his career at Fort Benning, Georgia in 2009, where he attended both One Station Unit Training, or OSUT, to become an infantryman, and U.S. Army Airborne School. After his successful completion of both OSUT and Airborne School, Sergeant First Class Rodriguez attended the Regimental Assessment and Selection Program, or RASP, which is a selection program that requires successful completion in order to become a member of the elite 75th Ranger Regiment falling under the United States Army Special Operations Command. Upon successfully completing assessment and selection, Sergeant First Class Rodriguez was assigned to Delta Company, 3rd Ranger Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment headquartered in Fort Benning, Georgia. Sergeant First Class Rodriguez deployed multiple times as an assaulter of the strike force before successfully completing U.S. Army Ranger School. After earning the coveted Ranger tab, he was then selected to be a fire team leader in Delta Company. Sergeant First Class Rodriguez was later assigned to the Battalion Reconnaissance Platoon Headquarters and Headquarters Company. In 2017, Sergeant First Class Rodriguez transitioned to the Regimental Military Intelligence Battalion, where he attended advanced individual training and became a cryptologic linguist, 35P. After leaving the Regimental Military Intelligence Battalion, Sergeant First Class Rodriguez was assigned to the 3rd Battalion, 7th Special Forces Group's ODA 7313 Military Intelligence Detachment. On February 8, 2020, Sergeant First Class was killed in action while conducting combat operations in the Shirzad district of Nangarhar Province, Afghanistan. Sergeant First Class Rodriguez deployed 8 times with the 75th Ranger Regiment and twice with the 7th Special Forces Group. Sergeant First Class Rodriguez's include the Bronze Star Medal for Bravery, the Joint Service Commendation Medal, the Army Commendation Medal with 1 Oak Leaf Cluster, Army Achievement Medal, 1 Oak Leaf Cluster, Army Good Conduct Medal, 2nd Award, National Defense Service Medal, the Afghanistan Campaign Medal, 2 Campaign Stars, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, the Non-Commissioned Officer Professional Development Ribbon, number 2, Army Service Ribbon, Overseas Service Ribbon, NATO Medal, Ranger Tab, Combat Infantry Badge, the Expert Infantry Badge, Parachutist Badge. Sergeant First Class Rodriguez was posthumously awarded the Combat Action Badge, the Bronze Star Medal, and Purple Heart. So I wanted to... Thank you so much. God bless you and your family. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of the City Council, City Manager, or City staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None, Cantara.
None Flores. None Abeyta.
None. None, Graham. None, Gorin.
Well, it's kind of nice to see everybody up here. Wow, we got all the city, assistant city managers, fire chief, police chief, chief administrative officer. It's pretty good. Okay, now we're going to go to public participation. This is where members of the public can speak to council for a total of 7 minutes, 3 minutes for public participation, up to 4 minutes for an item on the agenda. If there's an item that you want to talk about that's on the agenda and you have to leave, please let us do so. Most likely won't be able to respond to you. I usually start on my left. Usually start on the first row. Doesn't look like anybody's there. Second row, Robert Paquette. If you want to just come forward and state your name, please. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and distinguished City Council. You're all doing a great job. I appreciate you. I know your job is difficult and tough. Chief Dominguez, you might want to pay attention to what I'm about to say. I have some dark information that I want to share with you. It's because I'm so frustrated right now, and I have nowhere else to go, Mr. Mayor, to to express what has happened to me in the city. As you know, last year I ran for office. I ran for city council, seat number 5, Becky Curran. Congratulations. And you did a good job on your campaign. And I lost, and that's fine. But I want to let you guys know that for some reason, 5 days before the election, okay, I was attacked and assaulted by a group of people at Starbucks. And they turned it around and framed me, and I'm even in danger right now because it was a what you call a domestic political terrorism attack. I've been to the police station many, many times to try to report this, and they've been stonewalling me. They tell me I cannot file a report, I cannot do an assault report, I cannot do anything because they keep pegging me into this trespassing, and that was part of the setup. To trespass me off, the officers won't do anything, nobody will do anything. I have been everywhere, Chief, everywhere. And I just came from the police station. I was kicked out of there, told that I can just fill out a police, a citizen's complaint form if I don't like it. Now, this is a federal crime that was committed against me, and I can't even get an investigation. So I want you to know, and I'm making a public record, that I would request help from somebody here to help me get an investigation into this very serious crime. I'm stuck at my house living in fear because I am openly a sitting target for what they did to me right now. I don't want to get into details, but if I walk outside right now, I could be hurt very badly. And I'm not a crazy person. I'm being very serious. I've been working on this for 6 months to try to get somebody to pay attention. And I'm just at the end of myself, Chief. So that's it. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, so that was second row. Anyone on the third row? Yes, please come forward. Just need you to state your name.
Hello, my name is Gabby Salas. I'm from Mayfield High School.
You want to lower? Can you see a little tab, or a little switch to your right? Like a little toggle switch or something? No. Right there, right where your hand is. Right, a little bit further to your right. There should be a switch. Push it down.
Where it says timer?
I thought it was there. It's not there? There's no toggle switch there? Just so we can bring it down, so we can see you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Can you state your name again, please?
Gabby Salas?
Gabby Salas.
Yes, sir. Okay. Am I okay to start? Okay. So I'm doing a group project for my school, and one of it was violence. Like, I'm doing research on it and interviewing people. So I interviewed Mr. Yarnell, Officer Yarnell, actually. I'm sorry. And he has me out here today to present to all of you guys. So I've kind of noticed an issue in Las Cruces, like these last few months. I have noticed like the violence rate going up a lot, like with deaths, robberies, and everything happening. On September 1st, 2021, I lost my best friend, Dante Garcia, to gun violence. I do feel like as our justice system did fail him, I feel like if there was more police out here, like maybe it wouldn't have happened, you know? I feel like our police don't get paid enough to what they're doing. Like, they do so much for us, and I feel like we don't do as much for them. I feel like if we did pay them more, that there would be more out here to help us, like maybe my friend needed help that day, and I feel like there wasn't enough help out there. So he was a school athlete. He was a son, a brother, my best friend. She knew him. She was pretty close to him too, and it just took a toll on all of us. I feel like more could have been done. I feel like we should have more police patrolling our streets, making it safer for all of us. Nobody wants to see their classmates die, brothers being lost. I don't know if any of you guys have lost anybody to gun violence or violence at all, but it hurts. So I'm just kind of here to tell you, like, I feel like we should do more for our police so we can get more help. Thank you guys for listening to me.
Hey, Gabby, thank you for sharing that story with us. Our condolences on your loss, and we will do whatever we can to increase pay for our public safety officers and such. Thank you. Anyone else on that third row? Fourth row? Yes, yes, ma'am. Just need you to state your name. 3 minutes, please.
My name is Georgia Cutbirth, and I'm here today regarding the PUD that you will be voting on.
You can't wait till it comes on.
Oh, yes, I could.
Yeah, we would prefer you do that if you can.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'll gladly do that,
Oh, okay,
because
good.
then I'll remember.
Yeah, that way there we can ask you questions. This way we couldn't. There was someone on the 5th row, I believe. Yes, sir. You want to come forward?
Well, I just want to say that...
I can't take any comments from... Yeah, I need you on the record, sir. I'm sorry. And I need you to state your name, please.
My name is Mike Lebrecht, and I'm also here about the PUD, but the thing is that you have on here, notice of proposed ordinance, there will be no public discussion. And that's probably the reason that she brought it up and the reason that I was going to come down here, because I think there needs to be public discussion on what's going on out there. This is a big area that we're talking about. We're talking about an area that doesn't really have great access right now. It's been overflowed with
Excuse
traffic.
me, sir. You're talking about Council Bill number 22-022, ordinance
I'm
number...
talking about number 22-022.
Yeah, it's up for discussion, 8.6. You might be looking at...
Well, I'm looking at here, it says, notice of proposed ordinances, there will be no public discussion.
Yeah, well, that's sometimes we put that space there for future ordinances.
Well,
this appeared under, yeah, we'll be here, we'll be discussing it, maybe a little bit of a while. I don't know if you've had lunch yet, but you can go
Well,
grab
I'm
lunch.
going to stay here because for
Okay.
3 years I've been putting up
we'll be
with
discussing
a lot of dirt.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, and that was the 5th row. Anyone else on the 5th row? 6th row? 7th? 8th? Yes, with your hand up? Yes, sir. Did you want to talk about something that's on the agenda?
Yeah, I do actually. Let me raise this up a little bit. I was actually going to talk about the cannabis retail hours that are being proposed. I think that's how it
First
goes.
off, can I have your name, please?
Yeah, it's Chad Lozano. I was just trying to answer you as
I'm
fast
sorry,
as I could.
what was your name?
Chad Lozano.
Okay, and are you not going to be here for the meeting, for the item on the agenda?
Yeah, I will be.
Okay, can you wait until then?
Yeah. I just thought we were doing it now, but yeah, I can wait
Okay,
then.
we'll pull it off. Okay. Yeah, most likely, we'll pull it off consent so that you can discuss it.
Okay, yeah, if you want it now, that's cool, but later, whatever.
No, we have to do it later.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyone else on my left? Okay, now I'm going to switch to my right. 2nd row, 3rd row, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yes, sir, with the hat on. Right.
I understand and talk about anything,
You have 3 minutes, sir.
everything.
Now, if you can fit 8 minutes into 3 minutes, that'd be great.
Well, I'm going to have to. Howdy, my name is Lonnie Montgomery.
So your
I'm
name
Lonnie Montgomery, and I am a follower of Jesus Christ, and I'm here to talk about and give you the truth about slavery. The 1619 projects is insinuating and telling that slavery came to the U.S. in 1619. Actually, before that, we had the Native Americans, when they were fighting each other, Creeks, Karankawas, Apaches, and so forth, those that they didn't kill, they put into slavery. Okay? And then the Europeans discovered America, and they came over and they went into the Native American places and took over and enslaved those. So it was long before that. But yes, they did come. And in Africa at that time, and then before that, there were many Muslims, like our Obama's ancestors sold slaves in Africa to other people. And we had slaves when people came in, like the Norsemen, and had slavery all over the place. And we did bring in black slaves into the United States. And we had the slavery, which is really bad, taking away families and stuff like that. And we had a great Civil War where we had more Americans killed than any other war. And we came back and we decided, okay, we can do away with slavery. So it was done away with in 1865. England had done away with slavery in 1820. And Brazil, which actually imported more slaves than the U.S., did away with it in the 1880s. So we've had slavery around for a long time, and it started well after 1619, but it was officially done away with. But it continues in some places, like in Africa, in Nigeria and Rwanda. It continues there. In communist places like the Soviet Union and the NBA's favorite country, China, and other places. It also continues within the United States. And it does that because we have an open border policy, that we bring in women from countries from all over the world to come into the United States to become sex slaves. And that's the truth about slavery. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so that was the 6th row. Is there anyone else? 7th row? 8th? Anyone else on my right? Yes, sir. You want to come forward? Just state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Joaquin Villegas, and I come...
Can you talk into the microphone, please?
Yes, my name is Joaquin Villegas. I come here to... I sent you a text message a couple of days, well, actually on Friday and the day before. I want to create a program. It's like a rehabilitation program. I had business here in Las Cruces before. I got robbed so many times that I had to close my business. And I got tired of being robbed so many times. And I'm pretty sure everybody in Las Cruces is agree with me about stopping the people from stealing from businesses and houses. So I want to create like a program for rehabilitation for these people. And I wanted to see if we can, you guys can help me out to create this program for all these people. I don't think Las Cruces is ready to get more people stealing from houses and businesses, stealing cars and all kinds of stuff. And I wanted to get all the insurance companies together to talk about it, my idea that I have. And we should be able to do something about it. Because now a lot of people don't want to work. It's easy for stealing from everybody's business. I know that a lot of insurances like the one that you represent, they have a lot of losses, but it's a lot of people it's not insured. They're losing their property and nobody does nothing about it. And I think this program will help everybody to be better. So I want to see if you can see me after this meeting so we can talk about it in person.
Sir, if you would like, you can either leave your contact information with our city clerk and we'll reach out to you to set up a time to have some type of a phone discussion, if that's okay.
Well, I like to be in person so we'll be able to discuss better about it. I don't think phone shouldn't be enough for that purpose.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do, but like I said, if you want to leave your information with the city clerk, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Okay, anyone else on my right? Okay, see none, that pretty much ends public participation. I have a closed meeting statement I need to read. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 10:30 a.m., April 18th, 2022. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Coran, Bencomo, Graham, Abeyta, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff present was Ifo Pili, City Manager, Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager, Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer, Jennifer Vega, City Attorney, Rob Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, Luis Robles, Outside City Attorney. Meeting adjourned at 12:15 p.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session and only discussed those items as stated in the posted notice. Number 1, to discuss pending litigation regarding City of Las Cruces versus Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation, ETAL. 2:21-CV-0036, civil action number 21-00336, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7. And number 2, to discuss pending litigation regarding the City of Las Cruces, ETAL versus United States, ETAL 2:17-CV-00809, JCH/GBW, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay, so now we're going to get to the motion to accept the agenda, and if I could have someone remove 7.4 for
Mayor.
discussion.
I'd like to remove 7.4. And I'd like to remove 7.3.
Okay, so removing 7.3, 7.4 for discussion. So with that, I need a motion and a second to approve the agenda as noted.
Move to
So
approve.
moved by Flores.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with removal of items 7.3 and 7.4 for discussion. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, 7.3, Resolution 22-130. I need a motion, a second.
So move, Gandara.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Flores. And who asked to have this removed? Did you want a full presentation or just have a question?
I do, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, full presentation. Adrienne Widmer from Utilities will be discussing.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, Adrienne Widmer, Assistant Utilities Director. Back on April 18th, thank you very much, you all approved the recommended 3 phase-in of the updated natural gas rates. We're going in front of the board at this next board meeting so that we can get that fully implemented. You also recommended the full, not phased-in, implementation of the proposed decarbonization rider. At 15 cents per decatherm, which was actually, that was the number that was provided to us by the consultant, and that would be across all customer classes. Those funds will be used for the natural gas objectives from the Climate Action Plan and the resolution that you all had approved. That will create the 30-year energy transition plan. We'll be able to implement energy efficiency programs and create outreach and education programs for citizens. We'll be reducing the GHG emissions through the smart innovation and improved infrastructure. Here we have the different actions that you all can do, either a yes, a no, you can amend it, or you can vote to table. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Adrienne. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Adrienne. Appreciate you. Do you know what the total cost would be upon collection?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondala, we are estimating right now, after the first year, that we will have somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000, which is really good because that's going to help us actually get the transition plan underway where we can get that written and even potentially implement some of the items that we're already currently working on.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Members of the public? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-130. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, item 7.4, Council Bill number 22-023, ordinance number 3001.
Thanks, Mayor.
I need a...
So move, Gandara.
Okay, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Bencomo. And Deputy City Attorney Rob Cabello will be discussing.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Abeyta, Deputy City Attorney, here to talk about the proposed ordinance for cannabis retail hours of operation. So, a little background on the legislation. Obviously, during the special session on March 31st of last year, the legislature passed the Cannabis Regulation Act. And of course, this legalized and regulated cannabis for people that were 21 years and older. The city followed up with its own regulation, our own legislation. On September 7th, it passed ordinance number 2986, which was the ordinance that incorporated the various commercial cannabis uses into the city's existing zoning code. And then on December 6th of that same year, we adopted ordinance 2989. And this was basically aligning, updated our Clean Indoor Air Act with the state D. Johnson Clean Indoor Air Act. And of course, along with that, it sort of folded in the uses of cannabis into that. Now, Section 12 of House Bill 2, the Cannabis Regulation Act, allows the city to adopt time, manner, and place rules that do not conflict with state law. Now, these rules have to be reasonable in order to avoid litigation from the industry itself. Now, when we're looking at this sort of time and place rules, we looked at adopting the alcohol rules, aligning with the state rules. And the reason is this. Alcohol is a highly regulated industry in the state and actually throughout the country. It is also an intoxicant, again, regulated, but it also has a similar history leading up, if you will, to the Prohibition era. There was a sort of a moral stigma attached to the use of alcohol. It was made into a moral issue, and then oftentimes it wouldn't be surprising to see, like in op-ed pages in the newspapers, people tying in to immigration issues the use or abuse of alcohol. So the current law with operation hours in the state of New Mexico is under NMSA 60-7A-1. And essentially, businesses that sell alcohol for use or consumption on the premises can stay open from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. the next day. And for establishments that sell alcohol for consumption elsewhere, off the premise, licensed premises, can operate from 7 a.m. till 12 midnight. So the proposed ordinance just copies that. So whenever you have sales of cannabis to be consumed on the licensed premises, it'll be open from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. the following day. And again, dispensers or other businesses that sell cannabis to be consumed elsewhere off the licensed premises is proposed from 7 a.m. till midnight. And with that, I'll take questions.
I think Councilor Bencomo was really first to want to make a question.
Thanks, Mayor.
Ask a question.
Well, what I was going to tell you is I didn't need a presentation. I just had some questions. But you always ask that to everyone, but you didn't ask it to me today. No, it's okay. Thank you, Rob. That was a great presentation. Yes, I have a couple questions, and then I just have a couple comments. Rob, have we heard, has there been since April 1st data or information regarding cannabis businesses that have been open past a certain time that have caused any issues of concern?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I'm not aware of any discussion about a particular business that's caused a concern since April of last year. I don't know of any. I would have to ask maybe community development to respond to that if they know about any businesses that have raised concerns about their operations or anything like that.
Yeah, I think I just would like to hear if there has just been any, what kind of feedback have we been hearing that we decided to put this on the agenda today?
Did you want to respond to that, Ikani? Or
Yes.
Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mayor Miyagishima and Councilor Bencomo, City Council. I was just going to share, I have not heard anything personally. I have, but I was just pointing to the gentleman in the back, if he's with a dispensary, we may have a business here, so we can hear that later as well. But that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Tim Pitts with Community Development. We are aware of several businesses that have been open past the hours that we're considering these rules for, but I haven't heard of any problems. If the police chief doesn't have anything to offer,
Okay.
we haven't found any reason to act on it, but this was something I believe we had promised early on when we brought our first ordinance. So that's why I think we followed through with this one.
Okay, thank you. And do you know of any businesses that are operating beyond 10 p.m. midnight, besides on opening weekend? Opening weekend. Say it like it's baseball.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I don't know of what their hours are operating. I believe on 420 some were open later, but as I say, I didn't hear of any issues. We weren't called out. We didn't. Codes hasn't talked to me about anything that went on. So.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, mostly the reason and colleagues, the reason I wanted to pull this was because I got some, since the agenda was posted, I got some feedback from users and advocates over the weekend about, honestly, I think mostly the continued and problematic association between alcohol and cannabis. And as I was reading through the ordinance, you know, we do have a lot of language around, you know, like in the paragraph in the packet that starts with section 12 or the 7th whereas. And, you know, I personally don't want to continue supporting the narrative that associates cannabis with alcohol. I think especially because that comes at the expense of a lot of people who have found relief in cannabis, people who are struggling with physical pain, with mental health concerns, anxiety, you know, many other things on the list. And I've certainly done that. I've certainly talked about, well, let's regulate it the same, and I really have learned to listen to people's stories about how this matters. And so I just wanted to say, right, that as acknowledging that coming out of the shadows of prohibition is really important, and the way we talk about it is really important. And I want to note that people's stories are welcome here, that people are welcome to come here and share with council how they feel about these things. And, you know, I really feel like this industry deserves for us to treat it like, I don't want this industry to just survive. I want it to thrive. And I think in order for us to do that, we have to separate it from the way we talk about it with alcohol. So I would like to make some amendments, Mayor, to remove some of that language. I mean, I think 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., I mean, I guess I would love to hear from the public as to how they're feeling about it. I don't have any one way or feeling about the actual hours of operation. What I'm struggling with in this ordinance is the language that continues to associate cannabis with alcohol. And I know that there's even language on here about destigmatizing. I don't actually think that helps, right? Especially when we have pharmacies not being able to sell a medical product in a certain area of town, though there is tons of alcohol businesses that sell alcohol in the same area. So that is sort of where I'm coming from it. I would like to at least remove some of that language if the ordinance moves forward, but I'm also excited to hear from members of the public what they have to say.
Okay, I'll be going to the public. I'll just need to get council first.
Mayor, I think the city attorney would like to make a comment about the regulation.
Okay. Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to be clear, one of the reasons that we are proposing that it matches alcohol is because in the beginning, what we didn't want to happen was it to be regulated more than alcohol. And so we made a suggestion that if you're going to regulate the hours, it should match alcohol. Of course, you can do less. We just didn't want to do it more because then you could have a constitutional issue.
Okay, we have Councilor Coran who has a question, and then Ganda.
And I guess my question is a little bit sort of in that vein. Are there any other retail businesses, if we completely dissociate this, are there any other retail businesses about which we don't allow to do business between the hours where we're proposing this closes?
Mayor, Councilor Coran, I'm not really sure. I wasn't really prepared to talk about if other businesses outside of this I'm not aware of anything. I would probably refer to community development if they're aware of any operation hours that are different.
I think the construction companies that perhaps make roads and things of this nature, is that what you're talking about?
I just wonder if we're creating a disparate class in retail. So retail specifically, I guess, would be my question. If there are restrictions on retail transactions during those hours for other reasons.
Mayor, Councilor Coran, again, I'm not aware of this time. I'd have to do some research to see if there's some other sort of regulatory body regarding other industries that, again, retail.
I say all this sort of in a parallel vein to Councilor Bencomo's comments, which I also share. I think for me, I have seen that there's a bit of a tendency to add additional scrutiny to cannabis retailers, and I believe that if we are having any scrutiny toward business, I don't like to make slippery slope arguments, but I'm not comfortable going there, and I think I just want to express that I think considering cannabis as something that we should make a moral judgment on, which this feels like, and creating the parity with alcohol is problematic. And so I was just curious if there were other things that we extended that to. And I don't know if other folks have answers, but that's it.
I think City Attorney Jennifer Vega wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're not aware of another retail business that is regulated. That's why the recommendation was at a maximum match alcohol. Just don't do it more than alcohol.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I didn't know if Ikani or Chief is prepared to give, some information as well about any issues that you have seen related to the 24/7 sale of cannabis. I think that's important. And then I'll stay, allow you to answer. You can.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have not seen any significant issues related to cannabis at all. So we're not seeing anything.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And then, as part of the license, I know this is not for you, Mr. Cabello, but for our community development partners. As far as the license, what sort of specific things are you asking? Is hours of operation a part of that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Gondra, hours of operation are required, or every business is required to list their hours of operation when they apply for a business registration. However, we do not use that for any decision making. It's not a process. The licenses aren't denied on the basis of it. It's just something we have on record so that we know when they're in operation.
So I guess to my point is, do you have some sort of way by which to sort of count that, or in some report that there's these number of businesses, this is the hours of operation, the range, that kind of thing, so that when council's asking, you're able to give that information freely?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondra, I will confess it's very difficult to pull that data out on the way that we collect it. Basically, it's a free-form field, and some people write Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Some people write, they write various things, or sometimes they write just various. It's a required thing that we ask. It's not anything we have ever evaluated, and we've never collected any data associated with it. And I must say, I don't believe that it's particularly reliable.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Pitts and Mr. Gavillo. I appreciate the presentation and the discussion here. I'm really feel along the same lines as my colleagues up here that have spoken already. I think it's a very different substance, and to mirror what is very specific to alcohol, I think we need to proceed with caution for sure. And especially some of the areas that Councilor Bencomo has, around mental health and pain and those kinds of things that can be 24/7, if you will. So I'm really interested in hearing from the public for sure as it relates to this. And then lastly, I'll just say that I don't know that this could be done today, but I also feel that the language probably needs to be tweaked as well, related to the way we're sort of presenting this. So I appreciate that. The comments from Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Cran. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Attorney Cabello. I agree with Councilor Bencomo wholeheartedly in that and I understand what City Attorney Vega Brown is saying as to how they reached the hours of use of the commercial, distribution. But so my question is there anything in the ordinance that says that aligns the two products, the alcohol and cannabis? Is there anything in the actual ordinance? I know that in looking at the resolution, I think you set forth, it sets forth the explanation as to how you reach the hours of when the businesses can be open. But is that going to be language in the actual ordinance? Do you have that language yet?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, it doesn't reference alcohol.
Okay, so, and I think that, I think that I really don't like the characterization of cannabis being the same as alcohol. Alcohol is alcohol can kill you. I mean, it can just eat away at your liver, or it can just have other effects, horrible effects, kill your brain and whatnot, other organs. Cannabis products are actually very healthful products, and I've shared this before, and I'll share it again. My grandmother's always kept a bottle of alcohol, just like a liter or 2 liter bottle, and cannabis plants in there. And if you injured yourself, you rubbed it on, and it took care of the pain. And it became became illegal in the 1930s during the Depression, and it was used as part of a reason to deport all Mexicans that originated in Arizona. So it was then demonized, and a basis for deporting U.S. citizens who were caught using, who had marijuana plants. And so I feel very strongly, and I understand why our legal department would have to have some frame of reference as to when, but since it's going to be commercial use, I don't even understand why you would have to do that. And the resolution does say something about, we did this because cannabis has been compared to alcohol. And so I understand that in some ways, and somehow the resolution tries to allay any fears. But I think that along with my colleagues up here, pretty well informed as to what cannabis is and what the uses would be. So I think, just for the record, I definitely object to the language used in the resolution, and hope that oh, and by the way, the reason it was criminalized was so that there'd be it was criminalized right after the market crash in 1929, and they said that the reason there was a crash was because of all the Mexicans in the United States. And again, as I said, irrespective of nationality or citizenship, many Mexicans were innocently deported. One of them was my mother, who was a U.S. citizen along with her siblings. So I know that part of history pretty well. And so I feel very strongly about getting the right message out. However, I understand why legal use this as a guideline in comparison to alcohol. I think alcohol should be outlawed. It should become illegal. It's an illegal drug, but that's neither here nor there at this time. I just want to make sure that the ordinance doesn't make any reference to alcohol in any way. So, did you say no, Mr. Cabello, Attorney Cabello? Did you say that there won't be any reference in the, or?
If I can interrupt for just a second. Jennifer, did you want to clarify something? I think Ifo just kind of told me that there was something that you needed to clarify.
Mayor and Council, there is reference to alcohol in the resolution.
Yes.
There is reference to that.
Yes. My question is there reference to it in the ordinance?
Yes, this will be part of the ordinance.
Oh, so the resolution is going to, well, then I object to that language. I don't think it's necessary, and it looks like the reasons given in the resolution is to allay fears or something or other, but I just don't see the necessity for that. And I think it's demonizing cannabis even more, putting it in with alcohol. It's like, and I understand, it was kind of like, okay, alcohol was once, prohibition, but of course that was an economic move too. It was just for purposes of, the speakeasies or whatever they were called. And so I just don't see how the two don't go together, in my humble opinion. And I don't think it should be part of the ordinance at all. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, I think some of the confusion is that the recitals do have references to alcohol in it, in the 6th and the 7th recital, and I think it's attachment A. As far as the ordinance itself, the proposed ordinance, there's not a mention of alcohol.
I'm sorry, did you say no, there is no reference to?
In the proposed ordinance, there is no mention of alcohol. In the recitals, the attachment, the whereases, the 6th and 7th, that there is a mention of alcohol in those two, the 6th and 7th, and the attachment A.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's in the resolution. It doesn't have to be in the ordinance, and that's what I'm asking. But Attorney Vega-Brown just said that it would be in the ordinance. If it is going to be in the ordinance, I would have to vote no on this resolution and take it back to the drawing board unless my colleagues decide that they like it like that. So if I do need some clarification and some consistency from both of you. Thank you.
Okay, so let me go to the members of the public, and then maybe we'll come back and revisit this. Okay. So I know, other than Mr. Chad Lozano, how many else would like to speak on this issue? Please raise your hand. So we've got 1, 2, just you, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm going to allow, other than Mr. Lozano, because he came forward, I told him 4 minutes. The rest of you have 3 minutes. You can come forward and state your name, please. Was there someone else that also wanted to speak? Well, no, I mean, they came here and I told them that if they could wait until other than Mr. Lozano, was that it?
I think I was the only one.
Okay, so you got 4 minutes, the rest 3, and
Oh, thank you.
Need you to state your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Chad Lozano. I'm a New Mexican native. I'm from Alamogordo originally. Joined the military in 2008, and then I found cannabis after I got out, and it's helped me. Prescription pills took the life of my sister, and after that I vowed to never put my parents to that again, so I've actually told the VA no to all prescription pills that they offered me. I used strictly cannabis and other, ways to cope with the PTSD and the pain and everything, and cannabis has been a big part of that. I kind of feel that as someone in the industry, I'm a contract grower. Right now I'm representing High Horse. They're a cannabis company here in New Mexico, and they're going to be spreading throughout the whole area. So if what we're trying to do as an industry is we're trying to end the stigma on cannabis, and we need the help of everyone, including our representatives like yourselves. And us treating it like alcohol isn't helping anybody. It's not helping us as an industry, and it's not helping us as a state or an area like here in Las Cruces. We made national headlines when we went adult use and we opened up at midnight. No one else did that. Albuquerque didn't do that. Santa Fe didn't do that. No one else did, but we did. And because of that, we're on national radar, and we can continue that. The tax revenue that we can get from this, just being open 24 hours or however long a business decides to stay open. No one is staying open right now that I believe past 10 p.m. Of course, we had the April 1st and possibly 420 exceptions, but so far right now we've had no issues. I don't really see a reason to regulate something that doesn't pose an issue until there is. I don't see a reason to sit there and assume that there's going to be a bunch of problems when there's not. We're going to be missing out on a lot of tax revenue if we do decide to regulate this like alcohol. For someone who has worked night shifts many times in the past, it would be nice for someone, say they work at Walmart, they get off at 4 a.m. We shouldn't, tell them that they can't go get cannabis, because as an industry, we believe that every cannabis use is medicinal, regardless of what you call it yourself or not. You're getting some medicinal help. Especially when you say, well, I just use cannabis when I get off at the end of the day to, make me feel better and relax. You're using it medicinally. So we shouldn't say no to the person that works hard at Walmart, either bringing in your groceries or stocking, know that they can't go get cannabis for some relief because we decided some arbitrary time to shut down the shops. So as someone in the industry, please, reconsider, some of these times. If we do 24 hours sales or allow it, no one's doing it right now, even the fact that we don't have any sales hours, we'd be doing more of a favor to the state and the area than we wouldn't, because as has been said before, there's a lot of support for this, and we do need to stop treating this like alcohol. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm going to just start with that row, whoever, I guess all of you gentlemen want to speak. Go to my right.
Hello, my name is Josh McCurdy. I live here in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I moved here about 2 months ago. I own Gnarly LLC, which is a consulting company. I help grows and dispensaries and retail all over the state. I've been a part of, president of a large patient advocacy group in the state for over 8 years, and have multiple on my resume with different working groups, a cannabis strategy team for the state, and so always in the medical world. So I look at this like a medical thing again. If you have people in the 24 hours, you have children or anything else from El Paso or something that need this medicine, if there's a store that's open, they're allowed to get it. If somebody has insomnia, they can go to the store and get it. I just don't believe in limiting it or treating it like alcohol at all. It's nothing like that. Alcohol leaves a bunch of body bags. Cannabis doesn't. It actually helps people and helps, all over in the tax revenue and stuff. We can get more officers on patrol. We can start saving lives with cannabis instead of what the aftermath we've had with the drug war. So, limiting the hours, I would just go against it and just ask you to think about just, treating cannabis in a very proactive way. Like Chad said earlier, y'all were on national news for, and known all over the nation right now, for being very cannabis friendly. And the tax revenue that's created from that, I think would be a great thing for our children and our police officers in this time that we have going on with this extra money and revenue. So thank you for your time.
I have a question for him, sir. What organization are you with?
With I work for Gnarly LLC, and then I'm with multiple say.
What does that stand for?
It's just a company name that I started.
Just Gnarly?
Yes, Gnarly. Yeah, it starts with a K. Before that, I was the president of the New Mexico Cannabis Patient Advocate Alliance, which we did multiple things in Santa Fe. I've spoken at Santa Fe and just all over, and I've been to multiple cannabis things in the state of New Mexico and Santa Fe, Albuquerque, while all being down to the south. Probably Chad and I are probably some of the most biggest advocates in the southern and rural areas that we push for the medical world. So we're, the regulation side of it, we're right there too.
Great. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is Colt DeMorris, and I am the Executive Director of El Paso Normal and the Director of Retail Operations for High Horse Cannabis Company. This morning, each of you and you, Mayor, got an email from me about my feelings on this subject. Cannabis is a new and emerging market in New Mexico. It's a thriving market, something that we've seen in other states. When they try to over-regulate and regulate problems that don't exist, it brings in other problems, black market problems, stuff like that. I've been working in the medical marijuana industry before it became the recreational industry for the last 2 years. I've dealt with patients that needed medicine in the middle of the night, whether it was for their epileptic child or themselves. These type of restrictions don't need to be placed on the cannabis industry because we don't have that type of problem now. We've seen that since April 1st. Business was conducted very respectfully, very professionally, with the opening of the businesses that did open at midnight. And, right now, I don't think there's anybody that plans too much to have 24-hour dispensaries. I know High Horse does, but that's one of our main focus is for patients. Everybody that's part of High Horse comes from a medical patient background. I was actually one of the first Texas patients and out-of-state patients to get a New Mexico medical marijuana card prior to the reciprocal program. So I have an actual hard card, not a reciprocal card. And, everything we do for the patients. So even though, it is a recreational setting, what we want to still focus on is being there for the patients. So I ask that you vote this resolution and ordinance down, and let's keep this market thriving. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Salas. I am a resident of Sunland Park. I am also a manager of High Horse for one of their stores. I just kind of want to come up and kind of share the same sentiments that my colleagues have. I'm a patient of the cannabis plant. I am a pretty young user, 31 years old, but I've been using cannabis since I was 15. I've been in 3 car accidents, 2 quad accidents. I don't have a few discs in my back, and I can tell you that cannabis has been one of the lifesavers for me. Sometimes my back locks up, I can't move. I need my medicine that kind of helped me in the sense that my nerve will stop the pain. I use it to kind of continue. One of the main things, I guess, I definitely ask for y'all's support in this to vote down the ordinance. And definitely to help the market thrive. My grandma, my mom have been users. My mom is a cancer survivor. She had thyroid cancer. She was very, on the issue, she was very not informed, ill-informed, I guess. I really had to kind of combat all the issues she had with as far as the information she was given. And she saw me change, and now she's a cannabis patient herself for the state. So I can tell you that they change their mind once they see this plant work, and it's definitely a miracle. miracle, excuse me. So I thank you all for, listening to me. I did hear a sad story earlier about a girl that lost a friend due to gun violence. One of the things, I know you all are looking for ideas for revenue and things to help the police. This could be one. So, definitely don't set any restrictions on the hours. Definitely help the cannabis market thrive. And I thank you for all your time. Appreciate it.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. Hello, chiefs. Nice to see you all. I'm here. I'm the youth of the group. So far, I've heard a lot of, desire to separate from alcohol altogether. And in the spirit of proactivity,
Excuse me. Sorry. Can you state your name for the record?
Martin Lopez. I apologize. In the spirit of proactivity, why don't we totally just ignore alcohol as something totally separate and view these 24 hours as meant for medical patients to be available, for their medicine to be available to them wherever they are. Because a lot of times you could imagine somebody that is going through something mentally, psychologically, that some doctors won't even take the time to figure out what's going on with them. And the people that really know that are the medical patients, which is everybody, even recreational users, as well as the cannabis professionals, because they're also medical users too. And so I think it would be great to be able to set up a think tank with cannabis professionals in our community and outside of our community to better know the substance that we're allowing our citizens, which includes me, a local Las Cruces resident, so that we're better prepared for everything to come forward. And, you guys have children, you guys are growing within the community, otherwise you guys wouldn't be on the bench up there, or I don't know exactly what that is called, but dais? Dais. All right, well, the dais. Well, I just appreciate y'all taking the time to listen to me, and I know my youth is, something to acknowledge, but also it looks like the youngest person in this room, so to speak on the student population as well that we have at NMSU, we're a college town. Like, everybody knows what it is, everybody knows how it is, and we can just hope that there's no external pushback from external governments, infringing on what we view Las Cruces to be and what it's going to be one day. So thank you, council. Thank you, chiefs. Thank you, mayor. Have a good one.
Okay, I think that takes care of the left. I think someone on the right here is.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Herrera. I'm the program manager for the drug court programs here in Las Cruces. I'm going to be the unpopular speaker up here, sounds like this afternoon, but I think there is a difference when we're talking about recreational versus medical use of it or prescription use of marijuana. A lot of the times when we're talking about like DWI, things like that, I can see where regulating it or making it similar to like alcohol, because it is a mind-altering substance, that is something I think is important. This young man was talking about, being students. A lot of the times I'll see with some of our juvenile participants that it can kind of stunt their their memory. So it is more than just for medical use. I think when we're talking about recreational, if a person has a prescription, normally they'll keep enough medication with them so that they don't need to go and pick up medication at 2 or 3 in the morning, when maybe if they're already under the influence of it and it kind of slows or delays their response time. I can see where that can be something that might be dangerous. So I just wanted to share that. side to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Senator.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. My name is Carrie Hamblin, and I wear multiple hats. I am the CEO and President of the Las Cruces Green Chamber of Commerce. I am also humbled and honored to be State Senator for District 38. And I would like to help destigmatize the use of cannabis, because we talk about this in terms of relation to alcohol. And I am a cannabis user. I use it to help me sleep, so that I am not dependent on Big Pharma to provide me with sleep medication. My wife is a medical cannabis user because of a traumatic brain injury. I am grateful that she has that at her within her grasp, so that she is not dependent on medication to help reduce anxiety, to help deal with depression, to help deal with panic attacks. And so I encourage you, though, I was asked this question in an interview last week that will be airing on our local PBS station about, did I feel that our council was ill-informed when you didn't set the hours for sales? And I checked in with my colleague with the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber. His name is Ben Lewinger. And I checked in with him and I said, how do you feel about that as you continue to represent organizations throughout the state? And he said, your city council, am I like timed up? Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, that didn't go that quick. He said, your city council has by far been the most proactive and thoughtful and reasonable about our ordinances regarding cannabis sales in the state. And if we are hearing that setting hours is going to hinder our economy that we know we are benefiting from because of people in El Paso, because of people who have been criminalized before, if I can bring that up, given that our state law expunges the records of those people with 2 ounces or less, and those are mainly Black, brown, and indigenous men. The fact that we have legislation that is proactive and progressive in that, and the fact that we have a city council who is recognizing that this bill, that this legalization is something that we have to customize. And you have the power as council to customize for what are the needs of our location. And so I encourage you to listen to the people who are selling this, who are also consuming this. Because I think that we as people in New Mexico recognize that this is an opportunity for us. Not only for us as an economic development, as a generator of revenue that we have long been needing because we are dependent on other revenues for our state, but also an opportunity for us to destigmatize the use of cannabis, the medical benefits, the psychological benefits of cannabis to people who are suffering from mental illness, from anxiety, people who are suffering from pain, have this access, who have not had the opportunity to go through those channels to become medical users. And so I encourage you to listen to the people that are talking today. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your practicality when it comes down to looking at this type of ordinance and understanding that you are the folks who are doing what is in the best interest of people in Las Cruces and in the southern part of the community. And I appreciate your service, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness in this, and also just understanding that it's these folks who are the folks that need to be like helping drive that. So thank you very much for your time.
Let me just did you want to talk, Nicole, or did I? Yes, sir, you'll be the last one, because I don't know where if I had known there was going to be this many people, we're probably limited to 2 minutes. So this gentleman here and lady in the back, and just you two, please come forward if you want to sit in front. Yes, sir, just state your name, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Javier Diaz. I'm Chief Operating Officer and Director of Operations for Covenant Special Projects. Excuse me. We're a security firm based out of El Paso, but we work here in Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, and in the surrounding areas. We specialize in cannabis security. Setting hours goes completely against what you guys just awarded proclamations for on small businesses, economic development. You're setting limits on these small businesses. These people employ multiple people, as well as they employ me, who I employ multiple people. The more hours we can work, the more money we can throw into the community. So setting any hours would go against small businesses and this is what we're here for. As for going for any issues that happen on 420, we're in multiple locations throughout the county. We have security guards working 24 hours a day, different locations. There have not been any issues. There will be issues in the future, just like any business out there that get robbed, that get shoplifted, that embezzlement happens inside the stores. Setting hours isn't going to make a difference on that. The use of the cannabis isn't taking place on these sites. Your consumption lounges already have limits on them, so just putting limits upon limits upon limits doesn't benefit anybody out there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sierra Fitzgerald. I'm a medical cannabis consultant
what's
here.
your name again?
Sierra Fitzgerald, medical cannabis consultant here in Las Cruces. I work with the doctor to help people get their medical cannabis cards. I'm also a patient.
Can you talk into the mic, please?
I can. I'm also a patient. I have a rare form of spina bifida. I don't get to choose when my pain comes and goes. I'm missing vertebrae that I wasn't born with. It's important to me to be able to get my medication. I have 2 children that are now of age and medical cannabis users whose father just died of alcoholism. And I want my kids to know that there's something else for them, that they have places where they can go, consumption lounges where they don't have to go to bars. We are a university town. Even our school song talks about alcohol, and we need to promote something else for our generations coming up next. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. And so now we're going to kind of turn it back to Councilor Bencomo, who had something she wanted to say. Well, I thought you wanted to make an amendment or something.
No, I think it's ready for a vote, Mayor.
Ready for the vote?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 3001. Councilor Abeyta.
No.
Councilor Graham. No. Councilor Bencomo.
No.
Councilor Cran.
No.
Councilor Flores.
No.
Councilor Gondeta.
No.
Mayor.
Yes.
Motion fails.
All right, now we're going to go to item number 8.1, Resolution 22-131. Yeah, motion second.
Move to approve. Second, Abeyta.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeyta. And Natalie Green will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Natalie Green with Economic Development for the record. The resolution before you today is adoption and approval of submission of the 2002 action plan as part of the 2021 to 2025 consolidated plan. The action plan is a required document. It outlines how the city will utilize its funding to address housing and community development needs, again, that are identified in our consolidated plan. It also allocates community development block grant funds and home investment partnership funds, entitlement funds that are awarded to the city from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. As a reminder, for our new council, the 5 strategies that were adopted in our consolidated plan are increased access to affordable housing, increased access to current programs for health and safety, overall economic well-being, enhancing the infrastructure in Las Cruces, and then preventing and reducing homelessness. Our anticipated allocation is still an estimated dollar amount. We anticipate getting $1,064,593 out of CDBG, and we've estimated $546,000 out of our home fundings. This year, the federal appropriations bill was delayed, so we don't have actual numbers. We anticipate getting those numbers on May 13th. So we are anticipating at least a 4% reduction in our CDBG funding, and I'll cover that in a different slide. And then for the first time, we're actually anticipating increases in our home entitlement programs. The following projects are how we are allocating that funding. Some of it is statutory through regulation, and then some of it is through a competitive RFP process. Our administration goes to mostly staff salaries and implementation of the programming. CDBG is capped at 20% of our allocation, and then home at 10%. We are allocating CHODO operating funds. CHODO stands for Community Housing Development Organization. That is a maximum of 5% of our home allocation. We alternate single-family and multifamily developments. As you notice, we get very little home funds, and so it doesn't go very far. So we alternate single-family and multifamily in alternating program years. This year happens to be a single-family development, so we are awarding funding to both Tierra del Sol and Habitat for Humanity. We are fully funding our home rehabilitation program, and that'll include both home rehab, our mobile home ramp program, the utility upgrade program that will be happening on the East Mesa, and then we've allocated a small portion as part of a pilot for Lift Up Las Cruces. We have 2 CDBG infrastructure projects. One is to the Mesilla Valley Community Hope. As you know, the Casa de Peregrinos food bank is under construction. As they leave their current building into the new building, Community Hope will be assuming the building that's adjacent to theirs. And then El Calvelario, we are doing ADA bathroom upgrades to their emergency shelter. CDBG Public Services, again, this is a statutory requirement. We cannot allocate more than 15% of our entitlement for CDBG. So we do anticipate some potential reductions in this one. Staff will try to minimize the impact to our nonprofits and take as much of the reductions in our own programming, including our admin. But we are capped at the 15%. And you have your standard council options, and I'll stand for questions.
Any questions that look like? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-131. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.2, resolution number 22-132. Need a motion second.
Move.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Abeyta.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Abeyta. Katrina Godinez will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Katrina Godinez, Neighborhood Program Specialist from the Housing and Neighborhood Services section of the Economic Development Department. Today I bring before you a resolution adopting funding to various Las Cruces nonprofit organizations. In September of 2021, Council approved Resolution 22-028, earmarking up to $600,000 for the next 4 years to fund health-related public service programs, with the interest from the Telshore Fund. The city conducted a competitive application process with the nonprofit sector. A press release was sent out, we advertised on the city website, and sent emails within our interagency email list. Grants were awarded on a 2-year funding cycle with renewal of a 2nd year based on program performance. On March 8th, the Health and Human Service Advisory Committee recommended to fund a total of $599,000 to the following 19 nonprofit organizations. This is the first 8. The next 8. And the last 3. Mr. Mayor and City Council, we would like to update you on the current status of the Health and Human Services Advisory Committee. The Health and Human Services Advisory Committee is made up of 7 members, an appointed member from each district and 1 member appointed by the mayor. We would like to notify the public that there are vacancies available and interested applicants must submit an application to the onboarding website, city website.
I just want to issue a really quick correction this is just a correction for the public note. Actually, Councilor Flores, her district is covered by Dr. Chaikin, who's on that list, and my district is vacant. So it's switched between 5 and 6.
Oh, okay.
So you know. So.
Councilor Bencomo, you had a comment? Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. Yeah, can you go back? I didn't think I had a vacancy there unless my person left. And I didn't know about it. Joe Castillo, I think, is my District 4 representative, so I just wanted to note that. But I do have some questions. How many, you said there was 22 total applications?
There were a total of 23 applications.
23 applications.
Yes.
What was the request total?
Well, there was 19 funded and 23 total applications.
Right, so if there's 23 applications, what was the amount, what would have been the amount funded if we'd funded all 23?
Well, the total amount that was earmarked was $600,000. So we could have adjusted that to
Right.
fund everyone.
No, I understand. But do you have a total, were there, when they submitted these, they...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes. The total was $657,500
Yeah,
to fund everyone.
Is there a process that we can implement where that feels, frankly, like a small amount out of the Tilshore Fund that we could have easily extended to additional service providers in our community? Once you start this process, is there a way that you can come back to council to request for that additional money, or the final ones were not recommended for funding because they didn't meet some sort of criteria?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, all the applicants were reviewed by the committee, and the decision was made to fund, whether to fund or not to fund by the committee.
Right.
So we do not make any recommendations.
Did the committee discuss at all this issue, like the 4 that were not funded? Do you know if the committee recommended not to fund them because they didn't meet some sort of criteria?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yes. They were more of a service, or not a service.
Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green for the record. The committee could have chosen to fund all of the organizations at lower dollar amounts. They chose not to based on the scoring. The 3 that were not recommended for funding were the lowest scoring applications. And again, we left that to the discretion of the Health and Human Services Advisory Committee. To be able to fund these organizations, staff would have to come back with not only a budget adjustment, but a recommendation to fund.
Yeah, I keep thinking about this, and I don't know these applications. I don't know the services that they were asking to be funded, but it seems like, and I think it's a really good judgment call by the committee to say, well, we don't want to make any of these amounts smaller. They're already pretty small. I think that's a good judgment call, and I don't know if we do this in this forum, Mayor, but I just feel like an additional $60,000 out of the Telshore account to support these programs is doable, and we should do that to as many organizations that are proposing to support vulnerable people in our community right now. Is there a way we can do that?
Well, Councilor, to be candid with you, I think it would, 2 things. One, I think, and I know you don't mean to not take the advice of the committee, but I think it would be nice to maybe have this brought back, perhaps maybe in a work session, to find out exactly what it is that they do.
Sure.
Because I don't know what they do, and just to give money to them,
And honestly, even for future years, the fact that it was that small of an amount, I hope, and maybe it's a way to let the committee know you can advocate for more funds to be earmarked for these programs if you feel like it's currently not enough to meet the need.
So let me just ask Natalie, or maybe Katrina may know this. Do we still keep a certain portion of the corpus and we just use so much of the interest and we still add it back? Because if we start chipping away at it, it's going to get to the point where some of it isn't being put back, because if we keep spending it, then we'll eventually run out. Eventually. But is that how we still do things?
Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green for the record. So staff does bring back that funding strategy every 2 to 4 years. And again, at the last funding strategy resolution, council reviewed the Telshore Fund and allocated $600,000, and so that's how we do the competitive process. But I believe that finance or the treasurer is here, and she can speak more specifically to the current value of the Telshore Fund, if that's the question. But staff does only spend up to the amount allocated by City Council.
No, I mean, Leanne's welcome to, but I thought that's how we did it. We usually use a certain portion, and I mean, do I think we can cover it? Sure, but what happens next year, and then it gets larger and larger, and then we're going to get to the point where we're spending more. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I also think we should. In all fairness in respect to the committee, we should probably have a work session to find out exactly what it is that they do.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, this is the first year that we've had $600,000. Previously to this, it was $300,000, and then we got a bump to $400,000. So it was, normally this is highly competitive, and only half of the organizations actually get funded. And even then, they get funded less than the requested dollar amount. And there are some organizations in the audience, if you would like to hear from them as well.
Natalie, about how much less than what they submit requests for?
The current guide does not allow the applicants to request more than $30,000. As you may note, the committee chose to give some organizations more than $30,000, and they gave them $32,000, with the exception of the last two, which they gave $30,000, and then one they gave $25,000. So we may have to evaluate that if you choose to fund the others at what dollar amount that's fair to all of them,
right?
Or
okay. No, I mean, there's no recommendation from the committee right now. I think that is really fair, Mayor. That's why they're there. They spent a lot of time on this. I think I would like some sort of mechanism that committee knows they could advocate for more funding if they believed that we could do that. And I mean, Mayor, it's, $30,000 per organization. Like, that's, for some organizations, that's very small amount.
Perhaps if we could, Ifo, have our next council meeting, not necessarily work session, but just a little snippet of what each one of the organizations do, and whether Natalie or a representative can make a small presentation, and then we'll just take that under advisement and maybe move forward in the future on that. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I do want to say I'm happy to hear that we'll have the work session, because I do think it's important to see what we can advocate for. At the same time, I do think it's important that we do have those screening processes so that we can make sure that these dollars are really getting to the people in need. And there are many organizations out there, and just to make sure that we have good criteria, they're vetted places too. So I think that's also important. So while there's a lot of great ideas and there are competitive process, obviously there's scored there for a reason. And so I think that's important for us maybe to understand that process. And also so the public knows that there is a reason sometimes that people are not chosen or organizations are not chosen.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Could you give some history? I mean, I know the history, but could you give some history about the Telshore Fund? What's in the corpus? What is in the interest part that we utilize? I think that would be really helpful to the public. I got a clap over there. Yeah.
So Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, sorry, had to wait for my computer to open up. As you know, we started out about 26 couple of years ago, 26 million. A couple of years ago, we did get a check when we got the last payment. I want to say it was around about $4 or $5 million that came in. Currently in our fund balance, if you'll remember, and the mayor is correct, we used to get interest about $400,000. We did in 2016 through 2019, we were getting about $450,000 in interest. I will tell you, and as you know, our economy is not doing really well in investments right now, and we have been bringing that forward to the Finance Select Committee, talking about our investment policy. Our interest for 21 was only $37,000 for the year, and for 22 so far, we're only at $10,000, a little over $10,000. Right now, in our the fair market value, we are around. Our fair market value is went high in 2021. We had a revenues of about $11.2 million, but that included also that $5 million that came in for that last settlement payment, or that payment of the lease. And then, so our fair market value right now for 26 is about $26.9 million, about $27 million, sir.
Thank you, Leanne. Can you explain where the Telsure Fund comes from?
So the Telsure is invested in two sections. We have about 83% that is invested in the State Investment Council. All of this came about through years ago when we got the Telsure Fund. It came from the council where we would be investing the Telsure Fund. The state, the SIC, we have about 83% of the funds, and the rest of the funds are in what we would call money markets. They're invested in, well, that's the SIC. The SIC is invested in large cap, mid cap, and small cap. And then the others are in treasury bonds and treasury notes, the rest of the percentage of that.
But where did the money come from?
Oh, the money, I'm sorry. So the original pot of money came from, I guess, I apologize, the mayor probably has much more history on this than I do.
I know, but I want the public to know, because it's an important thing for the public to understand what we're doing with this money.
Sure, Katrina gave me some clip notes. So back up, the city jointly with the county entered into an agreement with Providence Healthcare Company to lease Memorial Medical Center for 40 years for the sum of $150 million. And whereas the city and the county agreed to equally divide the net proceeds of the transaction, and the city distribution amount was approximately $26 million, a moratorium was placed on the funding.
Thank you, Leanne. I didn't mean to be difficult.
No. I apologize. It was. This was back in '04, and so it was way before my time. So I apologize.
Yes, way before my time too.
Yes.
But I was providing social work services when that occurred. So, what is the intent of the fund, basically?
I'm going to let Natalie answer that question. She knows the agenda more.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. So in 2008, after that council lifted the moratorium and they adopted this definition, and I'll read it for everyone, it's programming has to support the physical, mental, developmental, emotional, and social well-being, safety, and housing needs of the City of Las Cruces residents, and it has to improve the lives of the sick, indigent, or low-income people, again, of the City of Las Cruces. And so that adoption continues today. Again, when we take that funding strategy, we ask council to reaffirm the definition, and so that's still the definition that we use to fund all the healthcare programs. And the way it works is we actually take a transfer every budget year from the Telsure Facility Fund into the healthcare fund to spend on this type of programming.
Natalie, thank you for that. What sort of programming and services does this, and over the years you have funded, and the number of clients and sort of metrics I think are important to state?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, over the last 10 years or so that I've been involved with this program, we funded a number of nonprofits. When I started, we were only funding about 10 nonprofits. Since then, I think this is our largest year at 19 nonprofits. Most of it is emergent services, so food, healthcare, housing, child welfare services. Again, I can go back to those organizations. Many of these organizations are funded year after year. I can tell you that on this list, New Mexico Legal Aid is the only new organization that's funded on the first 8. On this one, El Cavalario is also a new organization with us. The other ones have been funded before. Third Judicial District Court did not receive funding last year out of this particular pot of money, but they did have received funding from the city. And then in the last one, all of those organizations have previously received funding, and actually I want to congratulate CARE because they became a standalone nonprofit, so they were traditionally funded under Community Action Agency, but this year they'll be funded under their own 501c3 status.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I think this is one of our most important funds that we provide the services to the nonprofits. It helps to house, rehouse, especially specifically our homeless. It provides care for people that normally don't get the care. And since there's a lot of folks still out in the audience, I want them to know this is near and dear to us. We provide a lot of funding to those organizations, specifically to rehouse the homeless population, provide medical care for cancer patients, programming to get people up and out of poverty. I mean, these are really important, and I'm asking the questions just simply to reiterate and educate, bring awareness to the various array of services that this fund helps provide. And so I really appreciate it. I too am concerned about the 3 organizations that weren't funded. There, maybe with the exception of one, the other 2 are pretty new to receiving this funding per se, and I'd like to see a work session. It's such a small amount that I agree. I think what I know specifically about the programming and what could be made available in terms of a new service would be very helpful to our community. So having a work session, I think, would be a great idea to hear. And if there's no opposition, I'd like to hear from those 3 area nonprofits, if we might, because I think it's important, and just sort of give an overall definition and explanation of the programming. I think it'd be important. So without breaking any rules or anything like that, I don't want to see that happen. But I think it's important to hear from the public as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I want to go back to Leanne real quick. Leanne, I'm a little concerned. Did you tell me that the total we have is 26 million?
That is the fund balance, sir.
Everything?
The fund balance, yes.
So
now the market, oh, I apologize. Okay, the market balance right now, Mayor, in February was 42.2 million.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I went and looked it up real quick because I knew that you were probably having a panic attack right now.
That's a lot of money. I was gonna just off the cuff, I thought between 40
right,
and 45
I was talking about the book, but the market is 42.2 million.
Relax a little bit now.
Okay. Sorry, sir. I so apologize. After I sat down, I was like, oh my gosh, I gave you fund balance. I apologize.
Right. Councilor Flores.
So, Miss Leanne, come back. So, explain to me, like I'm a 4-year-old or maybe a 2-year-old, maybe 2.5-year-old. What's the difference between that 26 million and the 44 million, those 2, where are they and why are they so, why is there that almost 18 million discrepancy? What was it that the mayor almost had a heart attack and made me wake up?
So Mayor and Councilor Flores, I'm going to try to, I apologize, I've got so many things on my computer, but I'm trying to pull up. So what I'm talking about is the difference between book value and what is our market value. So we have, when we go out and we buy, and I'm going to explain this like on a personal reference. So when if I have, like, let's say I have a couple of $1,000 and I want to make money on this. So I go and I invest it. So what I really have on my books is exactly what I turned over to, let's say, a financial institution. That is what is on my books. So that's the book value.
2,000.
Right, let's say 2,000.
Okay, I'm following
so
you.
then I go out and I buy some stocks, or I buy, some treasury notes or something like that. And I go and I sell it. But before I sell it, that investment may grow, and that is the market value.
The 2,000 went up?
Right, my 2,000 went to, let's say, in market, it tripled. So now I have 6,000. So if I sold it at that point in time, I would have $6,000, and I made, $4,000 off of my 2,000. But that 6,000 is the market value of what we have invested. So if we sold everything right now, we should make $42 million.
Okay. So, and how much of, well, if we sold it, but if we don't sell it, we have 26?
That is what is only on the books. If we sold it, we'd have the 42.
See, that's the thing about those lines and those numbers. To me, they're fiction. Under one line, it's real money. Under another line, it could be money. I mean, to me, that's crazy. But the question I have is this. How much of that money, whether it's the 26 million or the 40 whatever million, is corpus that can't be touched? Is there anything that can't be touched to protect the fund?
That Mayor and Council Flores, that actually is a question, I think, for the council. If you would like to start getting into that, I mean, like I pointed out just to the mayor.
Well, we can't get into it if we don't understand it, Leanne. I mean, I don't know about my colleagues here, but I want to know how conservative we should be, how we have to protect it, because we are the trustees of that fund. So we have to protect it, and I need to know the corpus. How much of that corpus is untouchable?
Councilor, let me see if I can try to explain.
Probably not, but go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for your confidence. So we started with 26 million. We've made about 16 million in investment profit. So that's where we have the 42 million. There is no prohibition on us spending any of it. It is totally unencumbered. But when we got this money from the from the lease, we let the public know that we were going to use it for healthcare related needs. So hopefully that answers your question.
So it means that sky's the limit on the amounts there, and there's no parachute or no, nothing.
That's correct. Theoretically,
and so that's why we have to be careful how we proceed.
Because right now this is invested with the state. We have monies with the State Investment Council and a couple others. Now they're not overly aggressive, but theoretically we could lose, so it could drop.
Right.
But the 26 is what we started with. And
so, and there's nothing institutionally, any laws that prohibit this body from using up all those funds.
In Mayor Council Flores, I'm not aware of any, unless maybe Ms. De Leon, she's shaking her head no. I'm not aware of any. We would not bring anything anything that we do, we would bring to council to get your permission to however we use the money. I will say that, as you know, in the Finance Select Committee, being our chairman, thank you so much, we are working on our investment policy, as you know, and part of that investment policy, Mr. Pillay has directed us to really, try to come up with a Telshore plan And so we're going to be working on that. Actually, we are working on that right now. And we hope to bring that to the next, it's on our agenda for our next Finance Select Committee. And so then hopefully if the Finance Select Committee, which actually Councilor Bencoma and the mayor are on, if you give us the thumbs up, then we'll probably set up some, a work session or whatever to bring it to council. But we are working on that currently. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much for your answers.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thanks, Leanne. Okay, anyone else? Hey, Christine. I'm sorry, was it? Oh, you want to come forward, please? And can you state your name?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Marisol Diaz. Mr. Mayor, councilors, I'm with Save the Children Action Network, which is the political advocacy arm for Save the Children. We're working hard to build bipartisan support to make sure that every child has a strong start in life. I have a whole speech written for you, but I'm not going to read from it because of the discussion that's happened today. I'd like to point out first that while we are really deeply appreciative for the opportunity to apply for the health-related services grant, we do believe that families in Las Cruces live multifaceted lives. This means that they do need emergent, tangible services, but they also really need social and community health services that require education and meaningful opportunities for engagement. This belief aligns, we believe, really strongly with the elements of community participation that you all have outlined in the Elevate Las Cruces plan. If you'll notice on the presentation that you saw that was presented by city staff, there is a small two letters there, two words that says social well-being. And we really believe that people in residence in Las Cruces, families, and especially children, really need services that provide social well-being. In the initial application, we called and asked and set up a meeting, and we asked city staff directly. The application says, the LOI says, must provide direct service. Can you tell us what that means? After we had a discussion, they said your program qualifies because it is a social serving program. Then we were encouraged to submit the project concept. After review, we were then invited to submit a full proposal. The comments received from the review board included, and I quote, "not really applicable to a direct service contract." Our proposal, we feel, was deducted merit due to criteria that should not have been in question because we were deemed eligible to apply under the outline in the LOI. Therefore, we really feel that there is some lack of continuity in the understanding from the board on what the definition of direct service and social well-being means. During the Health Services Committee meeting, the advisory committee decided that the final recommendation to the council would be only for those traditional direct service providers, some being awarded more than the ceiling of $30,000, which is what we were allowed to apply for. There was no language stating that that committee or this council has discretion to award above the ceiling. We are disheartened by the committee's narrow view of social well-being and health services. We would ask this council to reconsider the applicants so that all providers may receive funding necessary to provide well-rounded health programming to Las Cruces citizens and invest in community advancement to build social health. We understand that this is supplementary for some of our programs, but for some of these 3 programs, this is life and death for the agency. In the words of Margaret J. Wheatley, there is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. Las Cruces know what they care about, their community, and they are ready to engage in change. We ask that you reconsider supporting that change by investing in proactive services and not just reactive services. I appreciate your time. I hope we have the opportunity to discuss this further in a work session and to talk to you more about how we believe that engaging families in advocating for themselves, their families, their children, in their health care, becoming educated and engaged, not just with health care, but with this council, really does provide a health and well-being service that is really needed in our community. Thank you so much.
Okay, was this another, Natalie, was this another applicant? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Carrie Bachman. I am the Director of Doñana Communities United. And we are one of the 3 organizations that was not selected for funding. And I'm not here to complain about that. What I'd like to do is point out some challenges I believe that there were with the process, and also some suggestions for how our city can continue to move forward in a very innovative way to look at using these important sources of funds for things, as Marisol said, which are not just reactive but proactive. I would like to share, there were 22 applicants, judging from my reading of the grid, not 23. And I think it's important, if we're looking at the math, there's $600,000 that could be handed out. And in my calculations, if the funds, let me see, these are not my papers, sorry. If the funds were evenly divided between all 22 applicants, that would give an amount of $27,272 per applying agency, which is only less than $3,000 less than the maximum that agencies could have applied for. So I want to make that clear. I'm not advocating for that, but I'm just saying the number of organizations that applied, if all were awarded equally, would be almost up to the maximum amount that you could even request. So the decision that I see to give $2,000 extra to some organizations and not fund 3 organizations seems to me a bit punitive. Now, I'm, as I said, not here to talk about that as much as I am to talk about the fact that I really appreciate staff and their work on this. I know that it is very challenging to have all of these organizations looking for basically crumbs. And I will say we are doing the work. Nonprofit organizations are doing the work that oftentimes government does not have the ability or desire to do because it's very hard work. I'm very proud to do that work. And yet these funds may seem like crumbs to some people, and yet they are the source of life or death for our organizations. I was not, as a very small community-based organization, even allowed to apply for ARPA funding. We can't get awarded $200,000. That's well over our annual budget. So these funds are critical to organizations like ours. In fact, one of the executive directors is not here today because she works a full-time job in addition to running her organization. So I would just like to thank staff first for being very thoughtful and open-minded in terms of telling us when we first asked, because Marisol and I and Kay Lilly, who works with Beloved Community, independently said, look, this funding has never been available to organizations like us. Can we apply? And staff said, you know what? Council and the staff are looking to open this funding up and to be a little bit bigger in terms of our determination of what are services that qualify, if I can quote here, as supportive services or public services. That is in the language of the RFP. Supportive services and public services. And they assured us, yes, we encourage you to apply, in fact. So we did so. This is a lot of work to go through when you're an organization with 1 full-time paid staff person and 2 AmeriCorps Vistas. And I would like to actually acknowledge Gio and Araceli, who are our two Vistas this year. They've just started with us in February. One of them coordinates our time bank. The other is actually the coordinator of our social equity mapping initiative. And so anyway, we were very encouraged. We wanted to go ahead and apply. And they, as we did so, we made our application and it went forward and it was going to be scored. And we understood that we needed to make a presentation, which we did. And I felt we answered questions related to, do you provide direct services? And I said, you know, direct services is a word or a term that gets us in a lot of trouble. Some organizations look at us and say, we're not going to fund you because you provide direct services. And I've had that happen multiple times. There are other organizations that say, yes, we want to fund you because you provide direct services. So,
Carrie, I don't mean to interrupt, but you kind of exceeded your 4 minutes.
If I could please continue it, I'd appreciate it. I feel like this is an opportunity that needs to be explained.
Well, we're going to probably have a work session on this, and you know, we kind of need to kind of move along. But I hear what you're saying. I think that it's important that we have this on our agenda. I'd be more than happy to, because we can't approve it today, but we can have it on our next agenda. I think you've pled your case well.
If I could just make a couple more points. It was very clear to me in the reviewers, there were 3 reviewers. As you see, there are many actually vacancies. 3 reviewers, we got comments from 1 reviewer. The reviewer that gave us comments, I believe, is also the one who commented on the other 2, and she said both times, I am not clear if this is eligible. So it was clear to me the reviewers themselves did not know who was eligible, and it's a similar issue that we have with the ARPA funding. There was not a clear sense of eligibility determination before the evaluation was made. And so they not only did not know what direct services were defined as, that was very clear, they did not talk about it with each other. And so then the scores just came forward, and then that's what they had to go with. There was never actually any criteria, which Councilor Abeyta said, we need clear criteria when we're making these decisions. So that would be the one thing that I would say. Then there was no discussion about, can we fund beyond those clear criteria? That was never clear either. I would never have applied if I did not know. And so I would just say that that would be very helpful to know. And if it is possible to just look at the $600,000 and perhaps give it out equally to the organizations, or perhaps in a tiered manner, where let's say some of the 3 of us who are a little more different and don't provide direct services in the normal sense of the word could get $20,000. There would be a very simple way to do that. You could have everybody else getting 29, the first 17, then you could have 1 at 25, you could have 1 at 22,
I don't mean to interrupt, but
and the remaining 3 at 20. So thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry that I've gone on, and I didn't mean to get emotional, but I think you can probably understand the reason. I appreciate it.
Sure. And was there someone else? Was the other person, third applicant here? Okay, so we'll either have a work session on it, or I'll have it put on the agenda a couple weeks, and for an up and down vote if you want to. Okay. I feel a lot more relieved that we have an extra 16 million, because after that 26, boy, my blood pressure shot up. So as far as I'm concerned, looks like the money's there, so that's good. All right, good? Good, okay. Any other questions? All right, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-132. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to 8.3, Resolution 22-133. Need a motion and a second?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeyta. And also, I've been asked to suspend the rules to discuss resolution, this current one, Resolution 22-133, and the next one, Resolution 22-134. So I'm going to need a motion and a second, if it meets your approval, to suspend the rules so we can hear them concurrently.
So moved. Seconded by Corin.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Coran. Got to speak up there, Councilor Abeyta. Christine?
This is on the motion to suspend the rules to discuss items 8.3 and 8.4 concurrently. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
And Mayor.
Yes. Okay, and Amy Johnson Bassford will be discussing both.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. My name is Amy Johnson Bassford. I'm the grants manager for the city. Feels like it's giving feedback, is it? No, okay. The reason I want to discuss these two items together is because the FTA put out a notice of funding opportunity that contained two separate opportunities within one NOFO, so much of the information would be kind of repetitive if I did it separately. So the FTA is the Federal Transit Administration, and we are going to discuss two grant opportunities for Roadrunner Transit. As I said, the FTA put out a combined low and no emission vehicle, as well as the bus and bus facilities notice of funding opportunity together as one opportunity. Normally, these are two separate opportunities, but this year, because of the delays in Congress approving the budget, I think they were trying to make it more efficient and just put out one. We are planning to submit two separate applications. The first is regarding the electric fixed route bus purchases. The second is regarding our transit maintenance and operations facility construction. Both are due May 31st, and we anticipate the opportunity to have these awards done in August of '22. I'm being very confident that we're going to get them. Just a little bit about our fixed route bus replacement process. Normally, the useful life of a fixed route bus is 12 years. As you can see, we had 8 that were from 2004. 5 of those will be replaced with the electric buses we currently have under purchase, and the remaining 3 will be replaced with this proposal that we're providing today. They met their useful life back in 2018. The next group was from 2008. We have 4 of those. They will be part of this proposal, so we'll be proposing a total of 7 to be purchased. They met their useful life in 2020. And then, as you can see, we have an additional 4 buses that are on our fixed route system that will meet their useful life in the next several years. Additionally, we have several smaller buses that are used on the fixed route system that will also need to be replaced in the next several years. So in 2017, we did receive a grant award from the FTA for the low and no emission vehicles, and that provided for the funding and for the purchase and implementation of 5 electric buses. As you know, we demoed the buses here in Las Cruces. For those of you who are new, you may not have gotten the opportunity to ride those buses, but it was a lot of fun to have them here and try them out. So the first 5 buses have been purchased, and they are being built right now. They are scheduled to arrive in early 2023. What we are proposing for this particular project is to purchase 7 additional buses for the fixed route system, as well as the project management to implement them into our bus routes. So the total project cost is $6.9 million. We will request $5.8 million from the FTA opportunity and provide $1.1 million as match for buses such as this. We're required to provide a minimum of a 15% match for the actual buses, a 20% match for anything else that's in the proposal, such as the project management. The project management for this is a critical part of our project because it does do the bus build oversight, which requires a couple of different actual audits at the bus building facility. They take care of the scope of the installation of chargers and other work that needs to be done to prepare for the buses. And then they help the Roadrunner Transit staff implement the buses into the route system. The project will include the charging stations to be installed at the new Transit Maintenance and Operations Facility on Motel Boulevard. Currently, we are installing 3 charging stations. They're dual chargers that will charge 6 buses. This will require us to get an additional 4 charging systems. I wanted to make sure that's the right amount. 4 charging systems that will support 8 additional buses. In the current contract we have for the bus build, we have the initial 5 buses that we are purchasing, and we wrote into the contract the opportunity to buy another 7 buses within the next 3 years. So we will utilize that contract, which means that if we're awarded the funding, we can issue purchase orders within a very short period of time without having to go back out to bid. And so the electric bus match requires a match of up to $1.1 million, which we will provide out of the Telshore Fund. I want to make a note that the last time we applied for this project, we did commit the match out of the Telshore Fund. We did not receive that award, so we are requesting that again from the Telshore Fund, believing that electrical buses are a way to improve the health of our community by reducing emissions. The request again will be for $5.8 million with the $1.1 million match for a total of $6.9 million. Again, we're expecting the award announcement in August, and we would be able to begin implementation within the next probably 3 to 6 months. And here's our electric buses. I can't promise these are the actual buses that we will get, but this is the bus building facility, and there is electric buses. So that's what ours will look like, with different colors. Okay, then we have our transit facility. As you know, I've been before you many times regarding the transit facility. Our existing facility, which is, this is a drone shot of it. If you'll notice, it's just this very small little footprint right here. It is currently outdated, and it is too small to maintain our existing bus and dial-a-ride fleet. It does contain the maintenance and operations for the transit facility, which is incredibly small. This is our maintenance facility right here. I don't believe we can have more than maybe 3 buses in there at a time. And they also have to work on the dial-a-ride vehicles in this little facility. Again, it does the operations, which includes scheduling for the dial-a-ride vehicles, scheduling the bus drivers, scheduling breaks, and dealing with issues that might occur on the bus route during the hours of operations. It is too small for us to install the new electric bus chargers at this facility. A little information on the design background. We've been working on this for, I don't know, I think Mike was 10 when we started this, and I was only 20. No, I'm just kidding. It has been worked on for many, many years. We have property that is owned by the city and has been designated a portion of it for this purpose, which is off of Motel Boulevard. I honestly don't remember when the design began, but it was quite a long time ago. The design and construction documents were completed to 90% in 2018. Since we received the initial award for this facility, the final design was completed in 2021. And the construction RFP is currently out to bid, and that means that I cannot discuss what we estimate is the total price of this project, but suffice it to say that what I'm requesting for today is the remaining amount that we need to do the complete build-out. This is a schematic of the facility. Over here is Motel Boulevard. This little thing right here is that tower that you often see when you're driving along Motel Boulevard. And this will be developed so that access can be, for the buses, can be off of this over here on Amador, and I can't remember what the name of that street is. Westgate, thank you. Westgate, and that goes out onto Amador. So that will greatly increase the ability of the buses to maneuver around And as you can see, we have a huge area for bus parking. This is a wash station, a fuel building, and then, of course, our maintenance and operations. So it is a huge improvement over what we have right now. In 2018, when we initially did our request for the initial funding for this and received an award, we did do a cost-benefit analysis. It determined that the state of the existing facility was not going to be usable for the future needs of Roadrunner Transit. The savings on fuel cost and environmental improvements would be greatly impacted for utilizing electric buses and having a better facility to maintain our buses in. The repayment on our investment for the facility we would realize in 20 years. And then the relocation of the transit facility away from Hadley allows for future park development in that area that is primarily a recreational facility. So some of the funds that we have available for this, we received $11 million from the FTA in 2018 for the beginning of the project. We had additional annual apportionments of our FTA funding that's been dedicated to it. We received a very small amount of capital outlay in 2020 from the state legislature, and we committed some of our bond recycling in 2020 towards the project. We are submitting now, rather than waiting until after the bids come in, to ensure that we can get competitive pricing on the entire project rather than going back out for bid for a small portion of it following the award of this particular grant. So the new project will be the final funding needed so that we complete all phases of the build-out. It is currently phased in 4 different sections, but part of that build-out includes the installation of the electric charging infrastructure, the construction of the operations and maintenance building, the construction of a fuel building, and the construction of the wash building. So 3 separate buildings would be done. It includes all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, so that Mike doesn't have to sit on the floor when he's over there. And it includes construction management, which is critical for a federal project of this nature, given that FTA has a lot of requirements for capital projects. So for this one, we have a request to FTA of up to $3,120,000. The required match for that amount of money is $780,000. This particular FTA funding for capital requires a 20% match for the bulk of the request. And then, so the total submission could be up to $3.9 million. We do have this match available in the FY23 budget that we planned for applying for this funding. Again, the expected award notice would be mid-August. We are planning to be under construction within 2 months. Cross your fingers that Public Works can pull that off. And so then we would be expected to complete construction in 2024. This is another view of our Roadrunner Transit Facility schematics. And then I will stand, here are your council options, and I will stand for questions. I do have Mike Bartholomew from Roadrunner Transit here, as well as representatives from Public Works.
Thanks, Amy. Questions? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-133. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, on 8.4, resolution number 22-134, I need a motion and a second, please.
So move to approve. Corin.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Corin, second by Councilor Flores. Any questions? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-134. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're at 8.5, resolution 22-135. Need a motion and a second?
So moved, Abeyta.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta, second by Councilor Graham. And Elizabeth Teeters will be discussing. Chris Faber.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Unfortunately, I've been sick for the past week, and while I am feeling better, I still have no voice, so I've kindly asked Chris Faber to step in and present today. I hope you don't mind.
I mind, but whatever. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Chris Faber, Economic Development. This does sound really feedback, but it sounds okay. Okay, so I'll go through this a little quick because a lot of it is repetitive from the last time we were here. So just to recap the recap, here's the dates, approval by council in September of last year, applications opened in September, closed in October, came to council in December, internal audit in December, and then it was back in front of council again in February. So Elizabeth and I have spent several weeks putting together a whole new evaluation process. And so step one of that process will be re-evaluating all of the 21 applications that were submitted. Step two of that process will be an internal review process, reviewing the newly created evaluation process. During that time, we will be meeting with ineligible subrecipients to discuss reasons why they were deemed ineligible. Step three will be scoring committee evaluations, funding recommendations. Step four will be the second internal audit, and then we will be coming for recommendation to City Council. So quickly going through the eligibility, this is an example if there is capital projects attached to the application. You can see as you go through the flow chart here, if they're eligible, they can continue on. Where it says no ineligible, that just means, it doesn't mean the whole application is ineligible, it just means that specific capital project would be deemed ineligible, but they're still allowed to move on minus the capital. These are the four different eligibility categories: assistance to households, nonprofits, businesses, and selected industries. Again, here's just kind of a flow chart of how we would go through those individual categories, the impact either direct or disproportionate, whether they meet criteria, moving on to the next steps, what happens if it meets the criteria, and then if you make it all the way through the process, moves on to funding recommendations. With regard to eligibility, as we discussed the last time we were up here, there's two different types: directly impacted and then disproportionately impacted. Directly impacted classes experienced the general broad-based impacts of the pandemic, whereas disproportionately impacted classes faced meaningfully more severe impacts, often due to pre-existing disparities. This is just an example of the chart for compliance and reporting during the evaluation process. Step two will be internal audit. We discussed this at length, but if we get to the end of the process and realize that there was an error early on, it would require us having to go all the way back. So the recommendation was to stick with an internal audit right after the evaluation process, just to ensure things keep moving in a timely manner as we get towards the end of the process. We did include an appeal process this time, so anyone who was deemed ineligible will have an opportunity to meet with Elizabeth and myself, and we can go through those reasons. If there's additional documentation that they can show that demonstrates why their project should be funded, they can resubmit that information back to the evaluation committee. And subrecipients will have the opportunity to amend the budget to meet specific qualifications if there was something in their budget, excuse me, specifically that deemed them ineligible. Step two, consideration. If the eligibility committee and the internal audit deem the same subrecipients eligible, we will advance all of them to the funding stage. So if we go through this process The same recipients who are eligible the first time are deemed eligible again. We won't have to go through the scoring process again. We can just move on to the funding recommendation at that point. These are the different items that the scoring committee will be looking at during their evaluation process, or excuse me, scoring process. And again, at the very end, everything will go back to internal audit for a review of the scoring and awarding process. This is a breakdown of the two committees, evaluation and scoring. Here's a quick rundown of the timeline. So starting this week, we'll be working with the eligibility committee on training. We've already provided them some documentation so they could get themselves up to speed, but it is a very cumbersome process, so we will be setting up some training to make sure all their questions are answered for that process. The eligibility committee will be reviewing applications in the beginning of this month through the 20th. Audit will be reviewing from May 23rd to June 17th. Like I said before, during that time, we will be meeting with anyone who has an appeal. June 20th through July 1st is the scoring committee. And then July 4th through the 8th, scoring committee meets to review scoring and funding recommendations. Then July 11th through August 5th is internal audit review. And then back on August 15th for council adoption. And here are your standard options: yes, no, amend, or table. And I stand for questions.
Thanks, Chris. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chris and Elizabeth. I like the raspiness in the voice. Yeah, just have questions around the second audit, and I'm wondering if you had conversations about that. I mean, things get audited once they're completed all the time, right? It doesn't have to be audited while it's happening. And I think, I say that in terms of just, we've done a lot to get to this point, including, frankly, almost start over, for this process to feel transparent and the most equitable. And I think keeping that first audit is good, and I'm just curious about keeping the second audit before the final recommendations are done, as opposed to finishing the process and then doing an audit for best practices. That's not unheard of, right? Like, we do that all the time.
Sure. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I think just out of an abundance of caution on this process, we wanted to make sure that we were looking at every phase and making sure that there were no questions along the way. So the timeline's fluid. If we can sort of move things up and get things going quicker, we'd certainly like to do that. And we can sort of evaluate the timing of that second audit, but we just felt it was...
I think we've had a lot of abundance of caution up to this point. Since people raised some flags, I think we've had that. I just feel urgency to get this money out. And we just heard that conversation, right, about like organizations like just looking for funding wherever they can to be able to provide services. And these kinds of funds are going to make a really big impact in our community. They're not $30,000 grants. These are huge, very impactful grants. And so I know I already talked about this. I'm curious, Ifo, to hear from you as well about that, and if Viola is around, about the thought of to push the second audit till after.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, if I can just say real fast, in the eligibility and evaluation guide, we did write into audits, but it is the will of the council. So if it's decided by all of you today to do just one audit, or when it should be, we can easily remove that from the guide. But again, it's the will of the council. So
I'm not even saying remove it, I'm saying afterwards. And I don't mean to say that lightly, because it should be audited. I just mean to say there is an audit very strategically placed already, particularly because it's going to be auditing the process that was most in question before. And That would be my recommendation. And unless someone's like, that's a terrible idea, I don't think it is. And so, Mayor, I see IFO's light on, so I would like to hear around that.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. Yeah, I know we've had conversations about this. I know there were some differing opinions amongst the council, and so I'm counting them forward, really. Just trying to figure out what the will of the council is on this. I know what we've thought is we maybe would go through that first committee, and then we'd come back. I mean, we'd circle back and see if we would remove that second audit. But I think we talked about the audit removing a good solid 3 to 4 weeks if we did that. So that would definitely take away some time.
So what did you say? What do you mean? I mean, what do you?
Well, like I said, I know there was difference of opinion even within the council. So maybe it's a good time to
kick it around.
Yeah. Have a discussion about that.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we should leave it as it is, because doing it afterwards is like, closing the barn after the cow gets out, or whatever the expression is. I mean, after it's over, it's over. So what's the point of doing an audit then? So if we're going to, we decided, I think, at the last meeting, our council meeting, that we would go that route. So I think we should stay with the way it's been presented. I think it will, I think we have to restore the confidence in the community. And leaving that audit or doing it afterwards defeats the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. I saw your light up, Councilor Graham.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I think IFO answered the question I was going to ask, which was how much time we would save if we did forego the second audit during the process. And you said 3 to 4 weeks, IFO? Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. I was next on the list, and so I will call myself. I'm not in agreement of this last audit or 2 audits. I don't know that I understand where you're coming from. I understand the direction that you were given. I think an audit suffices. If you want to do it at the beginning, I guess that's fine. And so I too would advocate for not doing an audit at that second audit at the time frame you've identified, and do it after. And as far as anything else, I go back to the slide where you have if it's the same, yes, that one. Sorry, 7, yes. No, I'm sorry, Chris. It's the one that indicated if you were the one already that had qualified, you just sort of fast track it. Where did that one go? Oh, sorry, I thought I wrote it down 7. Yes, there you go. Fast. This is new, correct? I don't remember it being there the time before.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, the fast track was added if the evaluation committee comes back and says it's the same as the first go around, then we would just fast track straight to the scoring the funding recommendations. Correct.
Can you tell me what went in on that conversation and why you just determined it as an additional consideration or a step?
Mayor Pro Tem. So the conversation was basically if the second eligibility committee goes through the new process and they come back with the same applicants that were eligible the first time, that there wouldn't be a need to actually go through and score them. We would just move straight to the funding recommendations, just to sort of speed up the timeline.
Okay. I don't know that it'll speed it up, but
I understand about the fast track process.
Mayor, if I may, and Mayor Pro Tem, it'll speed it up in that we wouldn't have that second scoring. We would come straight to the recommendation. So that would probably speed it up the fastest out of anything if it did come back. We're not, again, making assumptions right now, but if that were to happen, that's a way to speed this process up and come straight back for recommendation. Again, that would be cutting out the second committee going through the scoring process.
Got it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Mayor and Pro Tem, if I could just point out on the screen, if you look, so May 23rd to June 17th, doing that's when internal audit would have it. If you look at June 20th through July 1st, that's where they would be scoring. We could eliminate a few weeks in the process if they didn't have to take time to rescore, and they could just do funding recommendations.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ifo. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so, did you have a question, Councilor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, I believe that if we don't take the precautions we didn't take last time, we're going to find ourselves in the same situation. So thank you for including 2 audits. And I think that Viola did speak at the last meeting. And I don't exactly recall I don't think she said we shouldn't have to or we should have to. But the point right now, though, is that I think our community, our 501c3 community members are feeling that, are feeling, what's the word, shortchanged or whatever the expression is, cheated out of an opportunity to carry on their work. And I want this whole process to be above reproach. I want it to be done in a manner so that in the event there are some people who do not qualify, they will understand exactly why. Our auditor will have an opportunity, a second opportunity, to make sure that what she reviewed in the beginning has been carried out. And I think right now we need that credibility, and that we need to respect the community, and we need the credibility as a body here to assure that there isn't any shenanigans or any. I mean, I can't think of another word except shenanigans, And I think that there was that appearance, and it discomforts me very much. And I think that everybody who applied, and I've said this before, I mean, we have so many 501c3s and only 21 were initially, I guess, eligible. And that's why we only had the 21, probably. That's what I'm imagining. But I can't imagine why we didn't have more than 21. Because I read those 400 pages. And it seems to me it was wide open for many 501c3s. So I feel very strongly that I would like to see, since the decision has been made that there will be 21 that will be reviewed, that all of those, I hope all of those get the money they deserve. Because I think that, again, and there's been no explanation as to where they fall off. And I think that some of the processes that were used, or the process that was used there, was consistent with some of the stuff that's done in other grants. But this is different. This is ARPA money. And I think that we have to really respect those 501c3s who work just as hard as anybody else. And so I feel very strongly that we must keep the second audit before the money gets distributed, because why do it afterwards? Oh, the money's gone, sorry, we goofed. And then what happens? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Chris, I'm sorry, you may have covered this, but tell me again what's going to be looked upon on the first audit as opposed to the second audit?
Mr. Mayor, so the first audit will look, let's see here. The first audit will look specifically at just the evaluation process. So we created this whole new evaluation process. We will run all 21 applicants through that process. And then after that, at that point, then audit will go back in and review the process that we created and made sure that the evaluation committee followed that process. Eligibility, excuse me.
When we award monies to the applicants, is there some type of verbiage that says, that they have to conform to certain things, and they could be subject to an audit maybe within the next 12 months, and if they, did not comply, that they may have to give all of it or a portion of it back? Anything like that?
Mr. Mayor, maybe.
Requirement to states it.
And what is this in?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So in the eligibility and evaluation guide that's up for discussion to be passed today via resolution, number 2 requirement says that applicants must have the organizational capacity to carry out their proposed activities, and it refers to the CFR 200, and it gives examples of what organizational capacity means. So they have to show audit statements, ability to operate on a reimbursement basis, must already have established exemption status. Sorry. And then, let's see. And it's under another requirement, under city regulations, certain requirements must be met in order to negotiate on agreement and disbursement terms. So they have to, and then it refers back to the CFR 200 again. So it does say in the eligibility that they have to be prepared to, after funding is received, that doesn't mean that they just get the money. They have to be able to show proof they've they can be reimbursed the funds and that they can be audited, yes.
Do we give them all the money, or do they spend it and then show the amount and then that gets reimbursed?
It's reimbursed, yes.
Okay,
Mayor.
so how about if we just, as a compromise, maybe the first reimbursement, that's when they do the second audit? So it's kind of delayed a little bit? Still go with the first one? Still go with the first one, and then the second one is after the first reimbursement. That way there, you don't kind of hold it up, and you're still getting the 2 audits, and you catch it early. If they didn't comply, then you give the money back. Councilor Coran?
I guess I'm slow to this because this was really your process that you guys approved, and we came in after it was disapproved. So my understanding is the audit is of our process, not the organizations, because the organizations determine their eligibility by demonstrating their eligibility in the application process. And so to me, the second audit is about our process and whether or not we followed what we were going to do. So I think going a second layer into and after people are doing the things, that's part of doing a grant. The accountability and deliverables that's like all part of their preparation and turning in their stuff. So I think that feels like it's pushing it off to the organizations when it's actually our internal processes that we're trying to get in line. And so I think to that end, I feel like we've already audited those actually, and the second half of the process, which was cleared in the initial audit that we did. And that's why I think Councilor Bencomo is arguing that we cut that from this, perhaps because we've already had an audit of that process, and what you're discussing is really repeating the thing that's been sort of held up to the auditable standards. And so it's something that could be cut from the timeline. That's how I'm reading this and understanding it, and I wouldn't want to pass on any additional accountability measures to the organizations beyond already having them had to jump through all the hoops of applying.
Okay, well, I'll just share with you what I was probably willing to support. So in light of that, I'll probably still keep the 2 audits. I said, well, that was what I was willing to do to support this, but if that's not good, then I'll just keep the 2 audits. But I figured this was a compromise. You do this one, and then look at it the first allotment. If you don't want to do that, then just stay with the 2 audits. Then, for me, I don't know what was discussed because I was over here. So, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I agree with that, right? Because I guess the concern is not whether the organizations are going to spend the money or not. The concern for the audit is, did the city follow the process it said it was going to follow? That's what the audit is for. I also wonder, right, like the federal government, we are subject to an audit from the Treasury, correct? Potentially on ARPA funds? After they've already given it to us, correct? So they're not auditing us right now, they're gonna audit us once funds have been dispersed, right? Right?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, yeah. So the audit process we set up audits us. There are federal requirements that each of the applicants have to adhere to. And that's a different type of audit, but we set up a process that audits us and how we are doing what we're supposed to be doing to get the money out, correct?
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that audits happen after money has been given to something all the time. So this isn't something crazy or like why bother. I don't think that's it at all. The US government could potentially come out at us after they've already given us the money, right? So that is in place, and so why wouldn't we be able to do the same thing, given that we've already had an audit? That already happened on the last process, right? Like this process has been turned around, upside down, looked at from every single angle, and now we're here because of the work that staff have done to get us here, because of the concerns that were raised. And we said, okay, we're going to do another audit in the process, which I think is fair to do it right after the piece that was mostly questioned and people had concerns over. So then once that process happens and people go through another set of criteria, right? There's another rubric that people are going to have to go through and score well on in order to make it to the final determination by council. And then let's get the money out. And then let's go back and say, how did we do? Did we do a good job? What do we need to learn for hopefully next time there's millions of dollars coming down for the federal government, which there will be. And then we have those lessons learned. I'm not saying don't include it at all. I'm just saying, let's get the money out to the people who need it the most now, much like the federal government did, and then still look at the process and what we could do best in the future.
And I appreciate that, Councilor. Let me just throw this out there. What if hypothetically one of the organizations that was passed, even if we did both audits, still uses the money in a different manner than they were supposed to? In some respects, if we did audit them after the first reimbursement, I think we've done our due diligence to show that, you know what, because the audit was really just to determine the process that we're using.
Right.
But the second one would be not only to follow up on the process, make sure that was still being used, but if you think about it, is that nonprofit doing what they said they're going to be doing? So in some respects, because if after, say, 6 months or 9 months, and they spent it all, and how are we going to get it back? I think in some respects, I think this might actually work out a little bit better. We still move them fast, give them out the money. They adhere to what they said they're going to be doing. And then after the first reimbursement, then economic development gives that particular set of reimbursements to the auditor and let them take a look at it. And if everything's good, then good. But if it turns out they found something that's irregular, we've stopped it only after the first disbursement.
Yeah, I guess, Mayor, are there those mechanisms built into this process already? I feel like we're not that willy-nilly that we're just giving millions of dollars out to people without.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, yes. So the federal guidelines are that if there's over $750,000 that a subrecipient spends in a fiscal year, it is eligible for an audit by the federal government. And we also, this is what our Housing and Neighborhood Services section does when they do these grants. In order to reimburse funds, there has to be documentation, there has to be proof. So all of those mechanisms are already in place, and it's what that section within my department is already doing.
And Mayor, I guess I could be supportive of that if I knew also that, like, these organizations, speaking from experience on nonprofit worlds, like, these organizations are already tapped out on resources, both tangible and emotional resources, right? Like, would this add a significant amount of burden to the people doing incredible work in our organization? Or what kind of extensive audit are you thinking?
Oh, no, they would just get, let's just say what Elizabeth just said, they get reimbursed by the city. I mean, if the city feels that everything's good, then great. But after they've already gotten their money, then they just give that paperwork to let Viola take a look at it and kind of do a checks and balance, and we're good. I'm not saying that now it has to go to the second audit and then before they get reimbursed. No, let the city still do what they're doing. If they feel that confident that everything's good, okay, great. It's just another set of eyes after the fact, that's all.
So you're not necessarily saying that the organizations would have to do this intense audit to come?
Oh, no, it's the city. Viola just checks the money that was spent, and it was the process, the correct process, is the paperwork all there. It's really, I don't think it has really anything to do with the organization as long as they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's a lot of the onus is also on the city. And
sure. So then this last final audit, Mayor, you're saying
can you go back
that would replace this final audit?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I would, because there have been other, not anyone current and no one that's applied, but if you recall, there have been other NGO or other organizations that didn't spend it like they're supposed to. And if we'd caught it in time, we could have stopped it.
Certainly.
Does that make sense, Ifo? Can you go back to the other audit? I mean, the other steps? Chris?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what?
Can you just go back to the screen where you had the different timelines? Okay, so basically this internal audit review would be scratched, right? And then you just know that when they get their first reimbursement, then internal auditing just audits what you all have dispersed.
So just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, the process that we set up, the first audit is going to audit the evaluation committee. The second audit is going to evaluate the scoring committee, not specifically anything that any of the subrecipients have submitted. That would be the separate audit that Elizabeth was talking about that the federal government requires of all these organizations that receive federal money. Our process is, these audits are reviewing our processes.
Yeah, I thought I understood Elizabeth to say that in order for them to get reimbursed, they have to show that they spent it, right? They have to show, hey, I spent $200,000. Here are my receipts. This is what I spent. Okay, good. And then you guys, the city reimburses them, and then that paper trail gets looked over by Viola. If she gives a green light, good, and everything's good. If she says, hey, you know what, why did you approve this? They didn't spend it like they were supposed to. Then we stop it and just try to figure out, or, we can't stop it, we already reimbursed them, but we can at least be ready for the next round and then probably start having a discussion that they're not supposed to be doing it like that.
Mayor. Excuse me, Barbara DeLeon for the record. Excuse me. Just wanted to weigh in on this to just remind everyone that, yes, as Elizabeth and Chris have stated, there are federal reporting requirements with respect to what the subrecipients are actually spending the money on. Our external auditors will also be reviewing ARPA grants and any that are greater than a certain threshold, and any concerns that come back from the federal reporting as well that we are required to answer for, that may include anything up to a clawback, if you will, if there are any funds that are spent that weren't as intended by the original grant funding. So there are some additional eyes on the funding as it's spent by the external parties.
Well, Barbara, when is that done? That's usually done after the whole process, isn't it?
That is correct.
Could be a year later, could be.
Well, our external auditors will be reviewing prior fiscal year.
No, I'm talking about
and then federal reporting is every quarter that we report on the ARPA spending. So at any time there could be additional questions or work that would need to be reporting that would need to be done to the federal government with respect to the ARPA funding.
So using that example that I shared earlier with the money that gets given to economic development, then they get reimbursed. You're saying that paper trail now gets sent for an audit to the federal government?
We report quarterly to the U.S. Treasury. with respect to what is being spent for
Every
the
quarter?
ARPA funding. That is correct.
So even the first quarter gets...
We've already started reporting because, as you know, we've spent funds for the premium pay, for example, that was spent for employees who had worked during the pandemic. So any funds that are expended from ARPA get reported quarterly to the federal government.
And so why does staff feel it necessary to have 2 audits?
If I may,
Sure, go ahead.
Mayor, because I think I'm the one who put that on there. So let me answer that. And as I'm listening to the council, we might be able to discuss how we remove one, if you're okay. But so the audit that was done after the first process was presented was to determine whether or not we followed our process only to determine the eligibility. And that wasn't based on the ARPA documents or the criteria, that was based on our RFP process. And so that's why when that audit came back, it said we didn't follow our RFP process based on that audit. So there was never an audit done on the process, nor an audit done on the eligibility determination based on ARPA requirements. And so the 2 internal audits, the suggestion was that we had, because we had complaints about whether or not we followed a criteria to determine eligibility, I felt like it was necessary to have an audit. Now that we came up with a written criteria, that was the first complaint, we didn't have a written criteria based on ARPA. We feel it was based on ARPA, but we didn't have a written criteria. So now we came back with a written criteria. We want the auditor to take a look at when we determine eligibility to make sure that we followed the criteria of ARPA, the written criteria that were presented. So that's the first audit. The second audit is just to review the whole process. So after we go through the scoring process, that we followed the steps that we outlined in the scoring process, the committee, everything that we presented in front of you, to make sure that the public knows that we followed it. For me, if I were to remove one, it would actually be the second one, because the first one is the one that was the biggest point of contention. It was that we determined eligibility based upon a process that wasn't written. Now that we have one, we feel like we have a process. We have a new committee. Once that's determined, then I think that can really address some of the concerns. And then what you're saying, Mayor, is because we have we're reporting to the federal government. I think that's what everyone else is saying, is we're reporting to the federal government. We have external auditors. They'll come in and see how the money has been spent. And so if there's any duplication, I think the duplication is going to be in that second audit, because the eligibility audit was never based on a written criteria. Before, it was based on an RFP process. So if we're looking to remove one, I would actually recommend removing the second one.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can go with that, but it sounds like if what Barbara's saying, that after the first reimbursement, that has to be sent to the Treasury Department, and that the reason why we had the second audit was for just to make sure that the process and eligibility was followed, then I would come back to say, still move forward, and on that second audit, on the first reimbursement, since it's already going to be reimbursed by or looked at by the Treasury, then don't do that. And then this will just make it a lot quicker for Viola and her team. Just do the process and eligibility. And again, I mean, that'll take like nothing. And then that way we're still doing the 2 audits, so to speak, even though the big one that I thought she could do, but since it's already being done by the feds, serves just to make sure that the process and eligibility is the same as it was in the beginning and in the end, and still have that caveat that if for some reason there was a situation here, then they can come back and say, hey, wait a minute, we need to have a discussion here. We think there's something up here. So does that make sense? What I was telling you?
Yeah, but I disagree.
I'm talking to Councilor Bencomo. I'm sorry. So basically, everything we talked about, but instead of now checking to see if they spent it right, just make sure that the process and eligibility has been done after the fact, so it doesn't slow things down.
Yeah.
And then that timeline that keeps moving, can we go back to that one? That July 11, August 5th is removed, but yet it's kind of moved to after the first reimbursement, just to make sure the process and eligibility is the same as it was in the beginning.
No, Mayor, honestly, you lost me. But I guess maybe, can I repeat back to you what I'm hearing? Is leave the first audit as is, remove the second audit, and allow for the process that Barbara just talked, that's already gonna happen naturally to happen.
Right, and that what originally I had said about the second process,
Right.
the second would be done, okay, one part gets, that whole part gets sent to the feds to make sure that that was done, and internal auditing, just make sure that the process and eligibility is being followed like it was the first, like they said it was the first time.
The process of eligibility?
Yeah, well, that's what IFO said, that was the first.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just think we're hearing the same thing, Mayor. I don't.
Well, I think, okay, the way I
I
understand.
feel like you're adding something additional that I don't quite understand.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to actually make it, okay, so the way I understood it is, IFO, the internal audit review is to make sure that what the city's process and eligibility is good, right?
Yeah, and maybe this is the distinction, Mayor, is that it's, the first audit is really just to determine the eligibility.
Okay.
So not so
Okay.
that's why there are two different ones. It's,
Okay.
one is eligibility.
Eligibility,
Yeah.
and then just move along everything, and like I said, remove the internal audit review on July 11th through August 5th, move forward with, the reimbursement, and then that, because we heard that the reimbursement goes to the feds, but then, okay, then make sure that the process, the second audit review would be to review what was sent, and just make sure it was followed.
So we're talking about not removing it, we're talking about moving the second audit till after the process.
right.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment, Mayor.
Okay, sorry for that confusion. Well, can we have more discussion and then?
Oh, sure.
Does that make sense? I apologize for confusing. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. I stand by following the process that our learned people here have presented to us. I think that you walked on fire, the last time around, and I think that you came back with a very good plan. We heard from Viola. We know that if we have that internal audit review, it's going to look at the entire process, whether it's eligibility, but I think they're going to look more at the criteria by which the federal government has set forth in the CFR as to who qualifies and who's eligible. Right now, there's a credibility issue with the City Council, whether it's whether it's half a dozen 501c3s, whether it's 4, whether it's 1, whether it's 2. I think that we have to have a process that leaves no question that we did everything possible to make sure that everybody was treated respectfully and equally, and it looks like equitably, and it looks like that didn't happen the first time. And therefore, the fact that two internal audits were presented by the person who would know it better than I would, because I'm not an accountant and I'm not an internal auditor, but just understanding how we have, we have mud on our face. We have, we don't come with clean hands, as they say. So we have to do everything to instill that confidence in the public that we have done everything we possibly can do. And who knows, even after the the internal audit review, who knows, maybe the feds may come back and say, wait a minute, you really didn't understand the CFR, did you? And you did it all wrong, so give us our money back. I mean, who knows? But I think that the more eyes you have on this, such as our internal auditor, the better chance of being doing it correctly. I think our chances are better if we do it that way. And yes, 3 or 4 weeks, it would add 3 or 4 weeks, but as I've said before, el burro trabaja doble. The stupid one always works twice. So we do something stupid again, something stupid comes up again, and there's no other word for it. I mean, I don't know of the other word, any other word. You know, something comes up, and then here we're going to start all over again. So I think that we have to stick with what that's why we have an internal auditor. That's why we have, you know, she's part of our legal department. I mean, why should we go against that when, you know, we've already proven to have done it wrong or said yes or no or whatever. So I think my vote would be to go with what the presentation has been and make sure that we are crossing all our T's and dotting all of our I's and make sure that come August 15, it's adopted. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor, may I ask you a question? Do you feel that, you said something about the feds wanting their money back. Do you feel that on July 11th through August 5th that the internal auditors will be auditing money that has already been spent?
The internal audit...
or the auditors? Viola.
Our auditor.
Yeah. Do you think she'd be auditing money that's already been spent?
What do you mean? They're going to look at the audit report to see if the money will be dispersed. That's my understanding of the process.
Well, no, I know, but is the money? Do you feel that the money has already been sent out or spent out?
Now? Right now?
No, on July 11th through August 5th. Is that what she's going to be determining, that the money, what monies already have been spent?
My understanding of the internal audit review is to make sure that all the steps were complied with that were set forth in the process that you just presented. And then yeah.
So, okay, but the money hasn't been spent yet. So in some respects...
But it's the internal audit report isn't necessarily looking at, because, you know, the report that was, the internal audit review that was done before, it didn't really focus on the money aspect. It really focused on the process.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, but I think in some respects, if we were to move the second review to the first disbursement, in some respects it might be better. Because one, we get it out faster, which I think some council members want to see. And two, what better way than to verify through the first amount of money that has been spent that it does conform to both the process and eligibility?
The only way they're going to get that money is if they've conformed entirely with the process that was set forth today. So there shouldn't be any issue, there shouldn't be any problem when it goes to the feds. I think that there's a safety net here when you have the internal audit review to look at everything that's going to be done to be implemented, and then after they go through that process, a second internal audit review to assure that they complied with all the steps, May 23rd through July 8th.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at a way to keep the second audit, just moving it back so that to get it out quicker, extra month, and that's
well. I don't know. It sounds to me like what Barbara said, what Ms. De Leon said, is that it may, based on what she said, and I may be misunderstanding because I'm good at misunderstanding, is that what my understanding is that might be a little too late because you said it yourself, Your Honor. You said, oh, what are we, where are we going to get the money when the feds come back? If the feds find that the money wasn't dispersed properly, where are we going to get that money?
My voice isn't that deep.
Oh, that's right, it's not. Mine is. But that's what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking in terms of, I sure as hell don't have that money. And it's like, why should we be putting the city at risk? Because we don't want to wait 3 or 4 weeks for the final internal review.
Okay. If there's any more comments from council, not any more comments from council, let me just see if there's any comments from the public.
Mayor, can I say just one more thing?
Who's talking? Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, sorry. Again, it doesn't sound like me. So again, I just want to reiterate that these kind of funds from federal government are exactly what we do in economic development already using the CDBG and home funds. So the monitoring and reporting in place is very familiar with my staff. So once the City Council agrees on the subrecipients, then staff will work with the subrecipients to come up with an agreement, and then our subrecipients will have to follow that agreement. There will be a monthly and annual monitoring, and then city staff will not pay any bill that is not eligible within that agreement. So this is all guidelines that the Housing Neighborhood Services is very familiar with, and I'm sure that Amy's staff is as well. So I just want to reiterate that, you know, the process to get the funds out is the new process. After the funds have been chosen, the subrecipient, these are the processes that are already in place within the city.
Okay, thank you. I think we got a question from former Councilor Smith. Did you have your hand up? Yeah, just want to come forward, please. How about 4 minutes? Is that okay? You know the drill. I've got to state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I won't need that much time, but I appreciate it. And I do thank all of you for looking at this again, revisiting it, considering the different aspects of this. I'm going to speak on the general topic and not about a specific thing. I'm Greg Smith, Executive Director of Doña Ana Arts Council, and as the mayor mentioned, former councilor. This situation, as has been mentioned before, is one where you all have a unique opportunity, and you do have a very definite need to be addressed regarding the situation with COVID, regarding the people who've been impacted. But you also have a relief from the anti-donation clause, I believe, that normally restricts a lot of what you all can do. And so what I continue to stress is that with what you're doing, if you can think about it in terms of how do we do the innovative, how do we do the unusual or the unexpected while conforming to what's required of you, so that what does benefit the people who have been impacted also benefits the city on as long a term as possible. So I will make one reference to the arts, and that is that oftentimes that's the first thing that gets cut in school curriculums. I have 20 years of experience with schools. And I would like for the consideration to be made that goes beyond what is the immediate data-driven result from what we do with the arts to the longer term as far as what we do for our community. What do we do that sets in place things for our community over the longer term? I appreciate your time and consideration. See, I came in way under that 4-minute mark. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, former Councilor Smith. So, okay, well, that's, oh, yes, sir? Just need you to state your name, please. You have 4 minutes, please.
Alan Ullman. I think the confusion that I'm hearing as I'm sitting back here is the word audit. I think it's being used in 2 different ways here. First of all, it's an audit of self-examination. That's what I'm hearing you say. These 2 audits, on May 23rd, June 17th, and the second one, wherever it's, July 11th to the August 5th, are internal self-examinations, as opposed to an audit also, which could be a financial examination. And that's what I'm hearing. At least I'm confused. It sounds like you're talking about 2 different types of audits here. And Mayor, I think you're confusing the audit being a financial audit only. I think if you were to insert the term on July 11th, August 5th, internal self-examination review instead of audit.
Yes, sir. And what Barbara De Leon, our Chief Administrative Officer, said as far as the financial end of it, and I didn't realize this until she said it, is that once we disperse the money, reimburse them, then that paper trail goes to the
for financial audit.
Right.
Yes.
Right. We're just looking at the process and make sure that we, because even though money could have been spent, if we didn't follow the process of what the government wanted us to, then we still are responsible for that.
Right, but I again think the two internal audits are better termed self-examination reviews as opposed to an audit. I think that's where the confusion, at least that's what I'm hearing, so I'm sitting back here, is confusion over the word audit as being either financial or a process self-examination.
And I hear what you're saying, and I agree with that. It's just the position that Viola holds is that of an internal auditor, so internal audit. But thank you for that clarification. Okay. We're almost there to your item. Could have probably had dinner too, in addition to lunch. So with that, Councilor Bencomo, you wanted to make an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to amend this resolution to say the second internal audit review will happen till as the very last step after the.
Oh, you want the timeline?
After the August 15th council adoption.
Councilor, did you want to kind of clarify that a little bit? When you say after, maybe after the first.
You know what? I think I will say, okay, let me rephrase. My amendment for the second internal audit to happen once contracts are in place. Once the final contracts are in place.
You don't want to have anything about the disbursement?
Does the disbursement matter?
Well, it's just another, because then that's where the real processes make sure was followed.
Mayor, I think for me, because it's an internal audit of eligibility in the whole process, the first disbursement doesn't matter. So I'm amending it for this to be the last piece of the process, including once council makes final adoption of the final projects.
Well, I need a second just so we can
I second
discussion.
that.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo on the amendment, second by Councilor Coran. Yes, Ivo?
If I may, Mayor, Councilor Como, so I think the main reason that was suggested by the mayor, well, I'm not speaking for the mayor, but the way I understood it is really to speed up the disbursement, right? To get the money out to the nonprofits. So I think if we don't identify that, moving it won't speed it up, because after approval, and then we have to do the audit, we're just going to move the 4 weeks from there, and the money's still not going to be given to them.
That's helpful, Ifo, thank you. So I take can I amend my amendment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I did. May I amend my amendment?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to amend that the second internal review, the internal audit review happen once the first disbursement occurs.
Was that hard?
No, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it again.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any questions on the amendment?
Mayor and Council, can I please get a clear understanding of what it is you would like to change? And I apologize, I don't know, we should always number paragraphs, because I'm not really sure on which paragraph you're referring to. Is it the internal audit final review paragraph?
I'm talking about the July 11th through August 5th internal audit review.
I think I see, Councilor, what's going on here is if we just remove that, we haven't changed the August 8th through the 12th and the August 15th council for adoption. So we need to probably change those dates to move them up quicker, right? Is that what you're trying to refer to?
Mayor and council, I'm just trying, yes, if that's the desire, I'm just trying to be clear on what the desire is.
The desire is
Do it quicker.
to make the process quicker.
But if we remove
So
the July 11th through August 5th, okay, we removed it, but those other dates are still there. So the money hasn't been moved. I mean, we haven't dispersed it, so we may have to do this. We may have to bring it back. I think the intention of council is known, because it's not until May 23rd. So if staff is already doing what they need to be doing, and then we just come back with a more clear adoption on it, with the dates that you're talking about, just for it to clean it up a little bit. Does that make sense? That's if we can't do it right now. I'm okay with it. It's based on what Jennifer Legal has to say.
Mayor and council, if I could interject real quick. I believe the question that the city attorney was asking was in reference to the final paragraph on page 5 of the eligibility and evaluation guide, which is in your packet. So that was what she was referring to, what specific paragraph.
And that part needs to be audited? I mean, amended?
Mayor and council, yes, if this paragraph here spells out what the audit would be, so we would need to amend the language of that to match whatever you're changing the audit to reflect.
Can I amend then to remove completely the internal audit final review, and in addition to that, add an internal audit final review till after the first reimbursement?
Would be the easiest.
Did somebody write that down?
That's what my next.
Yeah, second that.
Can you repeat that again?
Probably not.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Okay, my amendment is to completely remove the internal audit final review paragraph as it is, and in addition to that, include an internal audit final review till after the first reimbursement.
Okay, and I'm pulling it up right now, but does it have the date as far as council adoption in there? Does it have it in?
Yes.
No, yes, certainly,
Mayor.
but the first reimbursement, we don't know when that might happen.
But here,
So that's why I said.
but
till after
if it
the-
has it, and I'm pulling up right now, but if it has the date.
Christine approved it.
Mayor, sorry, I don't mean to be speaking over. I think what you're looking for is on, if you're on the PDF page counter, 10 of 32 has estimated to be voted on at the August 15th City Council meeting.
Yeah, that needs to be changed. That's what I'm trying to get at. Because if you remove that other part, that's fine. They're not going to be doing anything for a whole month. Yeah, so we need to change that date, is what I'm
Can
trying
that
to
be a
get.
second amendment? She says yes. No, I want to keep my, and then do a second amendment for the final date. I can do them together. Okay, how many, fifth time's a charm. I just need someone to tell me what date it would be.
Mayor and City Council, in the resolution, it does state that staff are hereby authorized to update the ARPA eligibility and evaluation guide for changes in dates, non-substantive and substantive issues that may be a result of public health orders, meeting space availability, staff capacity, and number of applications. So
Meaning I don't have to make an additional amendment.
That's how, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, that's how I take it.
Sorry. the First Amendment. I guess do the First Amendment.
One more time?
Yeah, it's not in the resolution, so you don't need to, we don't have to identify the date, just remove it. Yeah, just remove it. I thought it was in there.
What I had already said.
Yeah, you had it right the first time. Okay, so it's been a motion
My
second.
palms are literally sweating. I
it's
just want
okay.
everyone to know.
It's been moved in second that we just remove the internal audit review, and then staff will accordingly move up the dates. Yeah, it's not in there, yeah. Okay? Yeah, there is. It's just after the first disbursement. Okay, so it's been moved in second. Christine?
Okay, so this is on the motion to amend Resolution 22-135 to remove the internal audit final review and then to add an audit after the first disbursement. Sound right? Okay, awesome. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're back on the main motion. And if there's no further comments or questions? Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-135 as amended. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go, thank you, we're going to go to item 8.6, Council Bill number 22-022, ordinance number 3000. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Abeyta.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta, second by Councilor Graham. Looks like David Ware will be discussing community development.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. David Ware, the Community Development Department, and I have before you today an ordinance that updates, consolidates, and amends a PUD, basically the area is commonly known as Metro Verde. And just to, this is a vicinity map of the area. So there are currently 2 approved PUDs and 1 area that's zoned. Basically, as we go through this, what it's doing is putting this into 1 PUD or plan unit development. One of the plan unit developments is in this area, the other is in this area, and the rezoning is actually in this particular parcel. So basically this slide shows you the difference between normal subdivision approval process and a plan unit development. The ordinance before you today is, again, a plan unit development, and that gives the city and the developer ability to propose a development that contributes to the vision of Elevate Las Cruces. It allows them to develop in innovative and flexible ways, and it also lets them create neighborhoods and areas that are a benefit to the entire city. Just again, kind of giving some background information on the plan unit development process. Basically allows you to apply flexible and innovative development practices, something that isn't really foreseen in our zoning ordinance or our typical development process. Just to kind of give you again some background on this, as I stated, this area was annexed into the city in 2006. At that time, there were 2 plan unit developments approved. There was also a master plan for it, which again kind of shows the importance of that first slide. The presentation today is basically since the time has elapsed when this was initially annexed and the initial development proposal was put together, things have changed. And so this gave an opportunity to tweak what has worked in that, update what hasn't, and then consolidate it instead of 3 different development proposals, just put it under 1 umbrella, 1 standard development process, similar standards, and a consolidated phasing of the The importance takeaway from this slide is that only 25% of Metro Verde has been developed. And so if you approve the PUD amendment today, these are the conditions under which the remaining 75% of that development will take place. Again, the key points to take away from that is that the original concept for the Metro Verde development will continue, and the tweaks to it or amendments and updates to the development proposal will just provide clarifications. And there are really 6 elements that were promoted with this development. One was to create opportunity for mixed land uses. 1, to increase the efficiency and economic use of the land throughout the development, to provide opportunities for attainable and affordable housing, to create walkable neighborhoods, provide opportunities for recreation and park space, and also it provides the ability for public infrastructure and schools and fire stations. And last, it implements active transportation elements throughout the development. Again, this is kind of a site plan of the area. As you can see, there's the zoning categories in this area, and so that will be changed to PUD. There was zoning that took place in this area also. This had one set of development standards, and this had another one. So basically, it'll make all the development standards uniform throughout the development. Again, what I've kind of noted, this is consolidation of those. It's adding an area that's not currently zoned PUD into the property. I know this is a rather small graphic, but it illustrates the changes that have taken place in land uses. Again, to summarize it, what it did, it consolidated some of those mixed use areas. It provided a little bit more of single family development, and then it also clarified the conditions under which property is developed and built. And this is just rather than our typical zoning districts, these are the categories that they used for the entire development. So as you can see, it talks about suburban residential, it talks about urban residential, it talks about those mixed use areas, business type uses, civic uses, which would be your parks and kind of your plaza type spaces, open space, trails, networks, and then kind of those mixed use nodes. These are just pictures to show you what's development's taken place to date, and so this would be continued throughout the rest of the development. You can see they have incorporated some roundabouts into the area. As this proposal went through the review process by staff, the DRC, and the Planning and Zoning Commission, the proposal was found to be in keeping with our development ordinances, so there were no public health, safety, or welfare issues. Again, it matched the initial concept for the development of this property. The level of intensity of land uses falls within the suburban place type of the future development map from Elevate Las Cruces. It also deals and aligns with some of the existing policies for development in the city, and it was also consistent with the criteria outlined in the zoning ordinance for approval of a plan unit development. The staff did follow the typical public notice for this development and going forward. As you can see, there was some input at the Planning and Zoning Commission. There were people that expressed some concern about the traffic and the build-out taking place in the development. At both the DRC and at the Planning and Zoning Commission, staff recommended approval based on the findings, and the recommendation was based on the fact that there have been several major and minor amendments. I think it's in the neighborhood of 12 since the development was first provided. So by doing this consolidation and update, it makes it a consistent development pattern and matches what those amendments, incorporate those amendments into the plan. And it's compliant with the process and the findings necessary to approve an amendment to a PUD. The planning unit development also provides, the developer gets some incentives to develop in a different way, and the city gets a public benefit. In this particular case, it was a development we haven't seen in other areas. It was the scattering of parks throughout the development, the walkable neighborhoods, and they've also identified an area for another elementary school to be constructed and also an area for a future fire station. As noted, this is reviewed by the city's Development Review Committee. They recommend approval in January. And later that month at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they also recommended approval of the update and rezoning. And so that leads to your standard options. I will note, if you choose to deny this update, you would have to come up with your own findings rather than what staff did. The developer, Mr. John Moscato, is present if you have any questions for him. I believe he has a presentation he wanted to show you also. And I believe there's several people from the neighborhood that also would like to present before you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and if I missed anything that was in your packet, I'd be happy to clarify.
Thank you, David. I'm thinking that perhaps we should hear from the applicant as well, and then if you could withhold your questions, and then that way they're between David and Mr. Moscato, and then after that, then we'll let the members of the public speak. Is that okay?
My questions are definitely for David, but,
okay.
Yeah, so are mine.
If that's okay, I would like to ask them now. Just actually to clarify some of the questions that members of the public asked. PUD, just to clarify, doesn't include any additional fees assessed to people who live in the area, right?
That is correct. If the approval were made, the property were subdivided, building permit, impact fees, et cetera, would be the same as if you were in a standard subdivision. And so there's no additional fee that the city has in regards to the development.
And based on you all's assessment, this does conform with our Elevate Las Cruces
That is correct.
zoning outlines?
Yeah.
Okay.
The vision of Elevate Las Cruces is to create more mixed-use areas, to provide a variety of housing types, to create more walkable neighborhoods, and to slightly increase the density of development over time, over what we have in some of our traditional neighborhoods on the East Mesa. And so this element is denser. It does incorporate those mixed-use nodes throughout it. It also has the trail system extension. It has some other elements that lend itself to walkable communities.
Okay, thank you. Those were my two questions that I had.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Weir. The PUD that's being proposed is something that goes back to some years, but it's been modified given Elevate. Is that correct?
I don't know if the modifications were directly related to Elevate. The proposal of what was proposed was in line with what actually came out of Elevate Las Cruces.
What does that mean? Because I didn't.
Okay. So.
Not consistent with, but aligns?
I think it's still consistent. They proposed it prior to that becoming the official policy of the city. In the past, the land use element of the comprehensive plan basically said you provide a whole variety of land uses and housing types, commercial businesses, et cetera. Elevate went into more detail of what to expect. It had a more detailed future land use map. And one of the things that it wanted to encourage was more, not necessarily a downtown type of use, but also not a traditional suburban where you have the uses, you have like a single family zone area or single family neighborhood, and then you have to drive somewhere to shop and to go to work and stuff. The development, Elevate encourages that you have those whole type of mix of uses, and in fact that you have some areas where you could live, work, and have your services taken care of in the same element. And so a lot of those concepts were put in the original Metro Verde PUD. So it was kind of anticipated, I guess, what ultimately came out of Elevate Las Cruces.
Okay, and does based on the presentation and the prospective developments there, does it include supermarkets? Because it's really a desert, literally a desert out there, and figuratively a desert. It seems like a lot of the people, I mean, I've been up to Red Hawk Golf Course, been up Sonoma Ranch Boulevard and Red Hawk and all that, and no roads, no sidewalks, and yet the houses are going up. And my concern is, I mean, I don't know, I've never been a developer or a builder or a city planner or anything like that, but how many homes have to go up? How many, how many lots have to be built, or when is there a cohesive plan, and at what point? I know I've heard that developers aren't really responsible for putting in more sidewalks than the house they're building. So, and it's really dangerous too, by the way. The lighting is really bad, and you just hope the sun doesn't go down before you have to get out of there. And those roundabouts are, I don't know. But so I have a lot of questions about the way it's developing, and nothing personal to Mr. Moscato, or it could be personal. I suppose it's his project. But I just have, I think it's a concern that I'm very concerned about, almost this, just throw it and see if it sticks on the wall, type of thing. And that's how it looks. I mean, it would have been really helpful, Mr. Weir, to me, I don't know about the rest of the council, would have been very helpful to me to see how this plan development is really going to, look. Because it just looks like this goes up, that goes up, well, let's put this here, and then this is gonna go there. And I guess maybe Mr. Moscato or maybe Royal Jones own all that property or something.
Mayor and Councilor.
They're gonna do
Councilor Flores, I think you asked a lot of questions, and I think...
I know, and I'm frustrated, and I'm tired and hungry.
I tried to give you the Reader's Digest version, but I think a lot of your questions could be answered by Mr. Moscato when he does his presentation. But from a city standpoint and a zoning and development, I put back up the slide with the mix of uses that are proposed there. So you started this, would there be opportunities for grocery stores or shopping? And the short answer is yes. They have the commercial and the business park and the village centers that allows those uses to take place. As far as, I don't have the figures on how many rooftops need to be up before a use will go out there, but the opportunity for someone to establish a business and be successful there is a part of this planned unit development.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that, but I wonder what the buyers, the home buyers there are being told. I wonder what they're being told about when the roads are going to be in, when the streets are going to be in, and that dangerous setup where it looks like it's a one-way street, but it might be a two-way, and then there's something like a sidewalk, and it's really strange, and it's like, it looks like something my 2-year-old granddaughter put together or something. But at what point does all of it come together? And are home buyers in that area being told what the prospective development is, and how soon will it be before they have a supermarket there and other amenities, dry cleaners? I mean, it just, it's really, yeah. So, are they being told that, David, or do you know, or is it part of? It might not be part of your job. Above your pay.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, if anyone comes in and asks to look at the zoning, the building permits that are allowed, the Community Development Department will provide all that information. These are under the standards of which development is allowed to take place. here's the status of a subdivision that's taking place. We can work with the Public Works Department on what is the status of the voluntary assessment district to construct some of the streets out there. We can provide all that information. I will tell you that there was a portion of this development that has an approval today that allows on the local streets and residential streets not to provide street lighting. It's just to be provided along the arterial and collectors. And something that we often hear of developments is that people desire that type of neighborhood so they can appreciate the dark skies in the community. And so that was one of the concepts that, and it's already on the books now, and it's not being requested to be removed.
Well, all I can say about that is ooh la la, because it just seems like there's going to be a lot of accidents out there, but then I don't go out there that often. But all right, thank you, Mr. Weir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Since you're here, David, let me ask you a question. This is an interesting, and I know council doesn't know this. In 2006, when this was annexed, it was not annexed by Mr. Moscato. It was annexed by a developer who's no longer with us. No, Philip. I voted against it. Let me tell you why I voted against it. It's because this was literally, and I still remember this, when the reporter came to ask me, why you, it was 6-1, I voted no. I said I didn't vote for it because I didn't like how it was being developed. There was no, the schools were just given land in the flood zone. There was no multi-use paths. There was no connectability. There was a lot of things that were missing. That's why I voted no, okay? Now, what I wanted to ask you, David, is this. When subsequently it was approved, it had a certain amount of zoning on it, okay? And I think in 2011, and I joked with Mr. Moscato because I said, you must have read Councilor Sword, Councilor Small, Councilor Pedro, all their campaign stuff, because everything he developed had all that in there. I don't know if he did or not, but it was that, and it was the hottest development out there. And a lot of people liked it because it had a lot of sustainability. It was calling for so many different things. So my question is this: is what the applicant, Mr. Moscato, is wanting to do is, because that proved to be very successful. The new type of PUD that he did in 2011 and today. But on the other part, it's still zoned the way it was back when it was first annexed. And is what he's trying to do is just take the old part that doesn't have all the amenities and blend it into one so that it's all one? Is that basically in a nutshell what he's trying to do?
Well, Mayor and City Councilors, you were correct. The land was annexed. It was, at that time, it was known as Sierra Norte. It came through the traditional master planning and zoning. Subsequently, it was bought by a future developer at Sierra Norte Development, represented by John Moscato. They're the group that came in with a master plan for all the properties that they had remaining. And that's the one that introduced the sustainability, the walkable neighborhoods, and all of those natures, all that. And so what you see going up today primarily follows that plan unit development. And you're correct, it's one of the fastest growing developments in the city. What this case before you today, it basically consolidates all those into one governing document, basically its own zoning code or overlay code, puts forward what is going to take place. So there will be a master document that shows you what the zoning is going to take place for the rest of it. I believe it's like 1,200 acres. I mean, it's a large swath of land.
And I don't know if the applicants, and I don't fault them. I mean, it's very complicated. Dealing with zoning and this type of annexation and PUDs, I mean, all that is just thrown in together. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, and I wonder if, and this is good because it's clarifying what the applicant is trying to do today, is in some respects, if the previous developers and the previous administrations prior to 2006 did not require developers to even landscape medians. It was this new council in 2011 and beyond who did. So what I'm trying to say is, in some respects, the applicant is actually trying to upgrade the overall huge neighborhood instead of leaving that one part. Because if something was to happen, if he should just, and his partners decide to sell, and someone else takes it over, they're gonna say, hey, you know, this is zoned for, I don't have to put this stuff in here. I just zoned with real bare basics. I'm just gonna give the bare basics. And then we're back into where we were at. And so I think, you know, and that's why I want to hear from the applicant. But I just wanted to verify that that's, I think, was what's happening. And again, it could be something that could have been started by various neighbors saying, hey, you know what, they're gonna change the zoning. But, and I think maybe what probably most likely, I'm going to guess that the people that have purchased homes have purchased it in the newer PUD instead of the older part. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, Mayor, you're correct. What this will do is provide a certain amount of predictability for the rest of that development. It'll establish the uses on the ground. It brings forward that concept that was put forward with the original two PUDs. It just shifts some of the uses around, and it consolidates and makes more the mixed-use nodes rather than connecting corridors. But if you were to look at what was approved back in 2011 with today, you would see the same colors at kind of like a heat map. They just kind of shift at the edges of what's taking place. But I agree. I think the applicant can give you a clear picture of what they're doing.
So let's have Mr. Moscato come forward, state his case, and then I'll let the members of the public that have shown up here today. It's a long day. This is what we do on first and third Mondays. Second and fourth goes a little bit faster. It goes real fast when this lady's not here. Oh, wow, she's not here today.
Here to the video?
Yes.
I hope. Yeah. I think the picture's worth 1,000 words.
15 years ago, when Metro Verde's 2,100 acres were annexed by the city of Las Cruces, the only sign of development was the construction of a new golf course near the north end of the master plan. Now, more than 3,000 people call Metro Verde home. The construction of 1,500 homes has led to hundreds of new jobs and millions of dollars of tax revenue, along with a wide variety of homesteads. The developer has built more than a dozen city parks within easy reach of every neighborhood in Metro Verde and has committed to donate the land for a 16-acre community park. Meanwhile, the championship Red Hawk Golf Course attracts thousands of out-of-town visitors every year and hosts a nationally recognized juniors program. With the growth of the population of Metro Verde, the commercial, mixed-use, and light industrial development that is approved in the Metro Verde concept plan will follow. Metro Verde's next decade promises to continue to bring exciting and well-planned growth to Las Cruces.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and councilors. I'm John Moscato, one of the developer partners in Sierra Norte Development. The video you just saw is nothing like what Councilor Flores described clearly. We build roads, we landscape, we build parks, we build attractive neighborhoods that I think we're proud of and I think the city can be proud of. As Mr. Weir mentioned, this proposal is more or less a tune-up of what's been out there for over a decade now. You're not changing the basic nature of the individual PUDs that exist out there. You're simply consolidating into one coherent plan, 2 separate PUDs and an area of a couple hundred acres that has the original zoning. One of the reasons why that additional acreage is being zoned PUD is that the zoning code for the city in section 3849 requires that all contiguous property owned or legally controlled by the developer shall be included within the PUD. So we're actually obligated under the zoning code now that we are back for a major amendment before council to include that originally zoned acreage into this consolidated PUD. We, as I mentioned, we've built more than a dozen parks, I think more than what's been developed elsewhere in the city combined over the last decade or more. And we take care when we develop in terms of environmental protections. This is one, what we call SWIP binder. I have about 15 of these in my vehicle, one for each phase of development. And it's a stormwater pollution prevention, dust control, and sediment control plan. We hire an environmental firm to create this in accordance with EPA regulations, state regulations. I signed this book. The contractor we work with to build the development, each phase of development, signs this book. We're obligated to abide by the requirements of the SWIP plan. I can tell you that each phase of development that we build, that our contractor works on, has a line item anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 for environmental compliance and maintenance. We've been developing there for over a decade. We have not been cited once for any code violation. I do have discussions with codes officers now and then. We work with the city's environmental compliance officer, and we take care. I'm not saying dust doesn't blow. It's just a fact of life here. I live in an area that was developed probably 30, 35 years ago. My front yard has sand among the rocks in the front yard. I think that's just inevitable. In terms of traffic, the various PUDs have been subject to several TIAs and traffic reports over the years. Sonoma Ranch Boulevard is the major access. There's no doubt about that. You can exit via Peachtree to Jornada Road. There are several additional access points planned for the future under the MPO thoroughfare plan. Arroyo Road will be extended westward to I-25. Engler goes west and connects east. Peachtree Road connects to the southwest. Those will happen in time. Much of that is beyond our control because it's simply not property that we control. I'm not sure if there's any other questions that anyone has.
See, Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Moscato, I noticed that 3 acres were to be donated for a fire station.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And while we have, is it Chief Smith over here? I wasn't sure if it was you or DC Allen, because there had been some switching. Have you consulted with Mr. Moscato to determine if the proposed location of the land would be suitable for what you were presenting for us a couple of weeks ago in terms of needs and coverage?
Mayor, Councilor Graham, no, I have not had direct talks with Mr. Moscato. He's worked with Eric Enriquez previously, as well as our fire prevention and I believe our fire protection engineer. I have weighed in on the location with ACM Enriquez, and the area that I believe that has been identified, I feel will meet the future needs of the area as we continue to grow.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, so let's hear from members of the public, and I appreciate you staying here so long. Just a show of hands, how many want to speak today? We're going to give you the full 4 minutes. I know that you've waited here so long, but yeah, come forward and just state your name. But I just wanted to use that as a preface because, like I said, when I voted against that annexation, I voted because I didn't like how the previous developer was doing things. And I think a lot of the amenities that you see today is because of this gentleman here. And I know it's kind of scary. You're thinking, well, what are they going to do here? But they're just trying to make it, what you get see in the best, they're just trying to make it for the whole area. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Georgia Cutbirth, and I do live on Golden Echo Loop, which is part of the current PUD. I was surprised to hear that the PUD is not going to require any kind of assessment. Everywhere I've ever lived where there's a PUD, it acts similar to an HOA. And so I was wondering who's paying for the upkeep of the parks and the roads? Is that a city requirement?
Yes, ma'am. The city will pay for that. The developer builds them, and they spend the infrastructure, the money to do it, and then they just drop the keys off.
Okay.
Yep.
Good for you. Good for us. My other question is the golf course. When we bought our home, we bought it with a free one-year membership at that time. And that's fine, and that's no longer an option for home buyers from a certain builder. However, we've talked a lot about the fact that the course looks nice, but the clubhouse seems very temporary. It looks like a building that they put in the desert that the Army uses. And we're just very curious as if there's any plans to make a nicer looking, more upscale golf club. I hate to use that term, but that's what I would use for one. That's one question I have. The other is about the road systems. I personally love the dark sky. It doesn't interfere with traffic. What interferes with our ability to drive down our loop is people buy cars, even though this is supposed to be, according to the large plan, it says in here it's a sensitive street design so that more people will feel free to walk. And what has happened on our loop is people fill their garages, sometimes with cars, sometimes not. But then both sides of the street get parked on, and we live on a corner, and we are taking our life in our hands every time we try and pull in our driveway because you cannot see around that corner. And I would ask that a member of the either police or the road system come out there on the weekends so that they can see what it's like when everyone's there and how dangerous that is. On part of Golden Echo Loop, there are signs that say no parking so that you have one side of the street that doesn't allow parking. But up around our area, those signs are gone. There isn't a sign. I don't know if there ever was a sign, but it's very dangerous. So that's just, as you're continuing to develop, I hope they think about making the streets wider, because if people are parking on both sides, only one car can get through, and you better hope that they see you coming. And the other question, I personally like the roundabouts. I think roundabouts are great. I've lived with them for years in other places. However, I worry about Sonoma Ranch being the only main arterial to the freeway, because with all of the houses, and they talk about having high-density housing in there, I really worry about the number of cars that are going to be using Sonoma Ranch and those other arterial roads. I don't think they're large enough. And let me see if I have anything else to add. And then the zero carbon development, you were going to eliminate gas. That means gas furnaces and everything from the remainder of the PUD, the part that hasn't been developed yet. That's what I read in the whatever that is, the amendment. Is that correct? Okay.
If there's gas lines out there already, then they will remain. It's just any further ones if any new developments were to start. I don't know if there's gas lines out there already. I presume that they probably are.
Okay.
But we're just talking about future gas lines in the city.
And then one other comment. When we bought our house, the area wasn't developed around us, but none of the developers that we talked, or the people the builders, none of the builders we talked to could commit and tell us what area was going to be high-density housing, what area was going to be commercial, And so, like on the corner of Sonoma Ranch and Engler, there's an area there, but it's not large enough for a supermarket. But I think it's commercial, but I'm not sure. And it would be helpful, like if we knew where that fire department was going to be, it would be helpful to know where those things are. Right now, you know, we can tell there's sagebrush there, and we can see things being torn up, but we have no idea who our next door neighbor might be. And if I'm buying a $400,000 house, I don't want to be building it next to, and this sounds snobbish, and I'm sorry for that, I don't want to be building it to a bunch of high-density housing that's going to lower the value of my home. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. You asked a lot of great questions. I can try to answer some of them if you want to.
I would appreciate that. Do you want me to stay?
Well, it's up to you. So, John, do you know right off the bat, did you build that road? Or was that from the previous developer? I forgot what road she said. Golden Echo Loop.
That's part of our development, yes.
Okay. So as far as the parking, I think what we can have is Public Works take a look at it, because if it is hindering a site, then that's pretty dangerous, and you can see if they can prohibit that parking right there at that corner, because you want to be able to see the traffic. And I think as far as the map, as far as the zoning, that's available here at the city. I don't know if Mr. Moscato has that available on a website or not, but that might be something there that you might want to be able to see. And as far as if you built that road, so those are city standards, right? I mean, the size of the roads, or are they smaller?
All the roads are built to the cross sections approved as part of the PUD. And sometimes the cross sections can vary, the width of the right-of-way can vary depending on block length and other factors, but it's all the cross sections and no parking areas are part of an extensive review process. Public Works, Fire Department, Community Development, Transportation Department all have input on what the cross sections are, what the parking regulations are. So we abide by what's approved.
Okay. Do you know is it still the plan for Angler to eventually connect to, what is that, the exit, Doña Ana exit, so that they can also get onto the freeway that way? Is there any movement on that? Is that in the MPO, David, or do you know?
It is in the MPO thoroughfare plan, yes.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. That would be something to see a little bit more, how we can start kind of planning for that. If it's in the MPO, then there's a good chance that that'll happen. But I think what we need to also have is some different maps for residents to know, okay, these are some of the major roads that we're looking to do, the city's looking to do, and then also the zoning as far as what I didn't get the last name, I just have Jody? Georgia. Okay. And so, anyways, did you want to answer other questions?
Well, our website contains the concept plan, the current concept plan, which shows the different land uses approved for parcels, similar to the map in your packet.
Yeah, and I think one of the questions was the clubhouse. And I'm just going to guess that, and I think a lot of the residents are not aware of that, you took out a huge loan, so to speak, and a huge gamble on that road, because without that road, there would be no houses. And so every time you sell a lot, a certain portion goes to pay off that road. And so I'm thinking that, of course, as more development happens, it's a business. Then you have the money to invest in a bigger clubhouse or more permanent. I don't know. Is that? I think the question is: the clubhouse going to remain like that, or is it going to change into something a little bit more less temporary looking?
We've hired an architect who specializes in golf course clubhouses. We have a complete set of construction drawings. In fact, we went through the process of actually getting a permit several years ago. Then, as you suggested, we've really been focused more in those recent years on development. We did have an internal meeting, the ownership group with golf course personnel just a couple of weeks ago, and are looking to revise those construction drawings for the new clubhouse. It was probably a little too big originally, and but it's something we're actively pursuing right now.
Let me let the counselor from that district ask some questions, because there was a few things that I just wanted to continue to ask. Counselor Chorale?
Well, I was just going to actually sort of respond to some of the things that you mentioned, and in particular one related to what's going to be near me. And I sort of want to sort of lay cover for Mr. Moscato. On the campaign trail, the two biggest questions that I heard in visiting folks in this district were, when will we get a Trader Joe's? I would like my family to come live near me, and that actually is the second part that I really want to address. Of course, everyone wants a Trader Joe's, but the second part is really about affordability and who can live in certain areas. And to be honest, I live peripherally. I don't live anywhere near Metro Verde, and I would love to live there, but I can't afford it. So thinking about what kinds of housing, I and I think collectively as a council, we've been putting a lot of pressure on folks to think about affordable housing, missing middle housing, and I think Mr. Moscato is actually responding to that in his sort of diversifying the types of homes that are available there. So I just want to sort of address you directly and say that that's probably coming from me in part, and in part from my colleagues who are really thinking about how we make sure that everyone who wants to live in Las Cruces and can afford a home is able to access it. And so I just want to sort of speak to that as a priority that I have. So I hear you, and I also would say there's a little bit of a conflict in what our priorities are for creating that accessible housing, and I appreciate the idea that that's being integrated into some of this thinking, and I trust that it's being thoughtful for the community, the way the community looks, and as a suburban node in the context of Elevate. And so I just really want to sort of speak to that specifically in this conversation, and I want to appreciate that that's part of the conversation, and also own that I realize that it might not be politically popular to always promote more affordable or accessible housing in places where it doesn't necessarily exist right now, but I'm probably going to keep doing it, and I appreciate, Mr. Moscato, that you're including that. So I just wanted to address that. But if there's a Trader Joe's, I think everyone will be happy. So just to the record, if that's part of the conversation.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cran, one of the core concepts of the PUD is a mix of housing. We do have contracts with both Tierra del Sol and Habitat for Humanity. Right now, we have contracts with those organizations to purchase lots. We have a commitment in this PUD, this consolidated PUD that you're voting on, both for missing middle housing and more aggressively trying to get bona fide affordable housing as part of the community. Just last week, we had a phase of development called Red Hawk Central approved, which will build, the builder will build 47 townhomes, attached homes. So we're beginning to move out of the realm of just doing market level, single family detached homes. I had a meeting just last week with another builder who asked us to develop smaller lots for higher density. I think affordability is something that everybody's concerned about these days. Our land development costs are increasing, builder costs are increasing. We just give you an example. We usually would budget around $25 a linear foot for water main. For years, that was the going price. The most recent price that we received on a project that we're building was $57 a foot just for the material. So costs are going up. I know lots of people are struggling for affordability, but I hope people realize too that there's affordable housing, and I guess you'd call it obtainable housing. You drive around Metro Verde, and there are teachers, nurses, police, fire, sheriff's vehicles all over. Those are the people who live there. It's not outside the affordability range of a lot of people, but we realize as well that there is an affordable housing commitment that we have made, and we intend to keep working with Tierra del Sol, Habitat for Humanity. I had a brief conversation with Natalie Green a week or so ago about maybe working with the city with setting aside some land for a land bank for the city to work with. I think all of that's on the table, and we're committed to do that.
Thank you.
So, Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Moscato. I actually just wanted to echo the sentiments of a thank you for really looking at the wishes, not only I would say as council, because we're here elected based on the needs of the community and what the community wants, but so looking at those needs of the community, looking at Elevate Las Cruces and adapting for those plans. I know there are a lot of changes that have been asked and made of developers over the years to make sure that we're doing smart growth and planning for the future. And so I appreciate us taking these steps to further that so that we do grow in those smart ways, and that all people can have housing with dignity. And they deserve that, whether it's $400,000 house or a house that hopefully I would hope is in the 120s. But I don't think they do anymore either. But those are needed. So I wanted to say thank you for adapting and working with that, because I think that's how we are going to elevate our community in different ways. Thank you, Mayor.
So one of my other questions is there still an idea about like a plaza or a town square or something?
There is. North of Arroyo Road, north on Sonoma Ranch Boulevard, we still have that major Metro Verde Town Center planned. We don't have Sonoma Ranch Boulevard extended quite that far yet, but we're getting very close. We also have a mixed-use node planned along Red Hawk Golf Road. So there's more than one, and there are other parcels throughout the PUD that have commercial, retail, mixed use approved.
And when you say commercial, and I think it's just a way to reinforce the concerns of any resident, when they hear commercial, they think of manufacturing, smokestacks, things like that. We're just talking about whether a lot of times just offices, whether it's doctors' offices, attorneys' offices, things of this nature, and then some other small retail. But I mean, we're not talking like dynamite manufacturers, things of this nature, correct?
Correct. We do include an area for, and it's always been there in the Metro Verde South PUD, what we call light industrial, mixed-use, commercial. So it could be warehouses, it could be a business park. Again, we are land developers. We don't do the vertical construction. Believe me, would love to have more commercial development. Would love to have commercial development started out there. It's really beyond our control. We work with commercial brokers. We're working with them right now to try to attract customers for that range of commercial uses. I think we're getting close to the point where the number of rooftops could support maybe a small grocery store, maybe other neighborhood commercial uses. We're not quite there yet, but it's far easier for us to sell a parcel for commercial uses than to spend the money we do to build roads and install utilities. So we want to do that. We're actively trying to get customers there. It's just taking time.
And I'm not too sure if the members of the public know that developers such as yourself, you pay for the roads, you pay for the sidewalks, you pay for the curbs, you pay for the lights, you pay for the sewer systems, and then you just turn it over to the city. So a lot of that money is spent for that. That's what it takes to get a piece of property sold. And so, you know, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that. And I can't say it enough because this was, okay, I'll just be candid with you. This was the development that I said, if I'm going to become mayor, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm voting against that development because I didn't like it. I didn't like how that was being done before. And like I said, and I joke with you, you've provided a lot of the things that the amenities that I think many people who came after subsequently in those years who wanted to see. You know, whether it was multi-use paths, schools in nice areas, not in flood zones, streets that were connectable, that they could actually walk. I think some of your areas that you want for commercial are actually meant to be able to, if they wanted to walk to work instead of, or ride a bike. And, you know, those are the amenities I think that I wanted to see. And so, you know, I think that you've shown what you've been able to do. I remember when we first approved this back in 2011, I would get calls from other parts of the country wanting to move here, but they needed to sell their house. And they just heard how, and it was very exciting. And I think it was showing how you just, you know, it was the fastest growing area that I've ever seen, and it continues to do well. How many permits did you all issue last year? 2,000? That's a lot of permits. I don't know if it all came from Metro Verde, but I bet you a good chunk of it did. So there were some other residents who wanted to speak. Sorry for taking up time. It was just, like I said, reminiscing. Like I said, I still remember the reporter coming in, and I thought, this is it, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Okay, my name is Mike LeBrecq. I was here earlier, and I probably got a little erratic there.
Your name is Michael?
LeBrecq.
LeBrecq.
Yeah, and I live in Metro Park. And what I can tell you is, yes, it's great. They have a water park. They have everything there. But we do have major problems. We have, you know, I don't want to be sarcastic, but one of those 15 books got lost, and it was on dust control. They have no containment of the dust. There's areas that they have cleared off for 2 to 3 years. That are just vacant and blowing dust. They make big piles of dust, of dirt, and then the wind blows. And we're not just talking about the spring, we're talking all year long. You get to the point that it looks like the Oklahoma Dust Bowl. You can't even see. I couldn't see you some days. That's how bad it gets. You know, people don't walk in the neighborhoods. You want these, you know, neighborhoods for people to walk? They can't walk. All this dust. You walk around, you get dust all over your teeth, you get it in your eyes. I mean, it's terrible. And all it would take was just them to put some barricade up, which they don't do. And I have pictures of all kinds of stuff. If you have emails, we'd be glad to send them to you. The other point being the dust is when you're talking about dirt, maybe you get a little dirt on the gravel. Well, you can't even see the gravel in some houses. They put gravel down, but it's 3 inches underground now. It's got so much dirt on it. Every one of our houses in our area, you have to sweep the front inside your house, sweep out the dirt. It stacks this high, and it's constantly going. The general conditions require that you're supposed to water this ground 4 times a day. Not happening. I mean, there's a lot of things. All they have to do is work with the codes. If they work with the codes, they could solve a lot of the problems. They make everybody happy. I mean, it's a great place. The neighborhood's great, and just like you said, we have policemen, we have everybody there, and the people are so friendly. Everything is laid out good. I don't have a problem with that. I'm an ex-contractor. I was licensed in New Mexico. I was licensed in Texas. My family built developments. I mean, we did commercial, we did residential, so I know what's required to do that. And the things they put in are great, but the other things are just causing so many other problems for people. It's like you get forgotten. Once you build your house, that's it. We have all these problems they don't take care of. And we have areas where they built sidewalks, and there's walls this far apart from the sidewalk. And they have huge tumbleweeds and weeds everywhere because they didn't go up to the wall. They put fire hydrants in that are covered, that are completely covered with sand. They every so often they go and shovel them out. They take their water from the fire hydrants. Sometimes they leave the caps off, So what are you thinking? What's getting into our fire hydrants? What's getting into the water system? They use the water, our pressure drops. The more houses you get, the pressure is just getting less. I don't know how big the balsam is underneath there, how many houses you can put and still get as much water as you need. And the lots are so small now, I don't know how they say they can make them even smaller. I mean, the houses are right on top of each other. Any place that I've ever done developments or ever lived, you could at least have you had a yard. Here, your backyard is maybe from here to there, if it's that far.
I need you on the microphone.
I know you couldn't hear me, but this is what I'm saying. The lots are getting smaller. I mean, I don't have any complaints about, how he's developed it. He's done a good job, but he needs to stay on top of the subcontractors and the contractors who are not following the rules, who are not following the codes. Your code enforcement guys, they need to get out there. They need to start looking at this. They just drive around once a week or twice a week, and I don't know what they're looking at, but there's places you can't even walk down the sidewalk. There's so many weeds growing up, and we're talking tumbleweeds everywhere. So, I mean, this is my biggest gripe, and if they would take care of that, I'd be a happy guy.
Yeah. Mr. LeBrock, I know you said you have email. If you could send some pictures to the counselor and myself, take a look at that. But I think Mr. Moscato is probably going to need to water this lots that's causing all the.
Well, it's where they're building now. That's the problem. They've been building. They've taken areas and they've cleared them off, and they've left them for a year or two. Yeah. And the new area they have has been there 3 years.
Well, and that's the area that I'm talking about. We may need to probably visit with that. And I just want to assure you, as far as the water pressure, we're proud to have our Las Cruces Fire Department, one of there's only like over 100 out of, say, 10,000 fire departments in the United States that are ISO 1, and one of the requirements is we have to have that water pressure. So, and we don't use that Bolson over there. We use the Mesilla Bolson. The one that Hornado Bolson's our emergency backup, which we try not to touch because it's not rechargeable. But I just wanted to let you know that the water pressure has never really been a problem.
I asked the water company up there, and the kid that checks the meters, he had no idea what was underneath the ground. He didn't know where it came from.
Yes, sir.
So, but, that's our main beef, that, we can't, we'd like to be able to enjoy what's been developed out there and done. Yeah. But even the parks are covered in dirt. I mean, it wouldn't take much to put up a barricade, just put a low barricade up. You can't do anything about what's flying around the sky, but when everything's being picked off the ground, and I mean, we're talking a lot of dirt.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, thank you for those comments, and, please send us those emails.
Thank you.
There's someone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Chiquita Childers.
Can you state it again, please?
My name is Chiquita Childers. Okay. And I do have one concern, and that is especially the traffic conditions out there on Sonoma Ranch. Because I've had, as more people are moving in, there are people that will drive excessive speeds, and you have a lot of blind spots. And I'm talking like north of the roundabout, which is is it Engler and Sonoma Ranch? But when you start going around the curve, and I've tried to pull out times, I swear there's been people driving probably 60, 70, 80 miles an hour around those curves at night. And then because it is more of a rural area out there. There are people that are being on their quads driving excessive and will shoot right through that roundabout when there's probably 9 cars around there. So there's a lot of unmanaged traffic going on out there, which concerns me because I think eventually someone is going to get killed.
John, is that Sonoma Ranch, is it built up to 4 lanes, 2 on one and 2 on the other, or is it still 1 lane on both sides? I haven't been out there in a while, sorry.
The area at Sierra Ventana right now, north of Sierra Ventana, chokes down to 2 lanes from 4 lanes. But that area from Sierra Ventana north to Peachtree is under construction right now to expand to 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. The temporary roundabout, which was built by the city at Sonoma and Engler, is being replaced with a much larger roundabout built to normal roundabout standards as part of this Sonoma Ranch Boulevard expansion. So that's all changing, that's undergoing change right now. The contractor's working on it. It's a city-managed project. It's part of the voluntary assessment district that City Council passed.
Gotcha. Councilor Coran?
I was just going to say, I'm not sure if there are other community folks, but I've been talking to Carla very preliminarily after the GeoBond sessions are over to have our first community meeting in our district be in Sonoma Ranch, and in part because I've heard a lot about traffic related questions, but also about future planning. And so I'm hoping that we can have a conversation at a community meeting that sort of looks at these things from a holistic perspective, the traffic calming and the long-term plan, so that folks can feel like you know what's happening and where it's headed. And so I think when we plan that, which would probably be sometime over the summer, it would include the folks from PD who work on traffic calming and folks like Mr. Moscato who have a sense of what's on the agenda. And so I think we haven't set that yet, nor have I talked to very many people about this. So just for the record, if you feel like I'm putting you on the spot suddenly, it is sudden. But that's my hope, just because I've heard concerns like you've articulated and sort of for the big picture, what's the future hold. And so I think we hear a lot of things on council or within other conversations about what things that are planned, or if we're submitting grants, or if we're doing the kinds of things that are happening or in the works or in the hopes. And so I think it's important that we communicate all of that with you all. So I think that's the plan for a summer community meeting in Sonoma Ranch as well. That will be pretty far-reaching, but it would include some conversations about what the plans for traffic are and what's in existence in terms of remediation. And I think that Public Works has recently, to the question that you're asking, put up some fencing to try to address one of the cut-throughs for folks that was causing a lot of trouble along Sonoma Ranch Boulevard. So I just want to acknowledge that there are things happening and that we have a plan or I have a plan to include all of you and invite you to an upcoming meeting. So I'll make sure that I follow back. I know I only have Georgia's email, but hopefully the rest of you might consider emailing so that I have your information to reach you directly as well. So.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to point something out really quick, because I don't always think we do a good job at just pointing out myths that might exist. And so just briefly, I wanted to point out that there's a lot of research done around the idea that higher density developments lower property values in surrounding areas. That is in fact a myth. There's actually a lot of evidence and information that shows no discernible difference exists in appreciation rate of properties located near high density development. And actually some data shows quite the opposite, that high density development can increase property values. So we don't always do a good job of pointing out some of those things, but that is a myth. And I just, encourage people to begin to try to unlearn the things that, like, where did we even first hear this idea that high density impacts just try to unlearn those things, because they're not in fact true. And we hear it often when zoning cases come up, and I just wanted to name that.
Well, that's a good point, Councilor. I'll share this with you. Probably when I moved out of my parents' house, I got to build my very first house was in the High Range in the mid-'80s, and it was only 2 lanes. Roadrunner Parkway was just one way, one lane on one, and then the other, and stopped right before Veterans Park. There was no Sonoma Ranch. And it was a dirt road all the way to Highway 70. And that's progress as time's gone on and the roads developed. You got a new fire station, police station. I mean, but it takes those houses to build. And I mean, the golf course and a few other things like that. And I see that vision. And I think that's, one of the things, I've known you since I was a county commissioner. And just for the record, I've never taken campaign contributions for either you or any developer. I purposely don't, because I need to be able to have this interaction, and if I don't like it, I won't like it. But you're one of the few developers that I believe in. And what you've developed back in the 90s and to this day, you've pretty much said you've done what you've said, and I appreciate that. And I think you've helped. I know you've helped the city's revenues from the development, and because you take a big chance when you do a development, and especially during COVID, it was tough, and I appreciate that. But I just wanted to just share those little tidbits with you, because I know how the residents can be a little concerned about what's going to happen here. But if anything, I think you're just making it that much better. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there anyone else who wanted to speak? No? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Kevin Moore is my name. I'm a resident out there. You had mentioned earlier, people moving into the area from somewhere else. Well, I'm one of those people. I came from Oregon. I found a place out here, and I was very excited about moving out here. I'm liking the area. It's about the unknown. We were at the meeting last week about Central, the new approval area, and it's the unknown. Like it's right behind us. We bought a place where we could view the mountains and we can see down to the golf courses. But when we start talking about condos and stories, is that what you want right in your backyard? I understand those places that have the right kind of livings for everybody. I understand that. I want to see it diverse. But it's one of those things, well, where is it? Is it right in your backyard? Are you going to be the one that's right up against the shopping centers? All that's be great. I love what I hear out there, but it's about what do you want right behind you? Are you the one with the store behind you? Are you with the one with the duplexes or the multi-living houses? That's the concern that people have. Trying to read some of the maps and understanding what's going to be where is kind of difficult. We've looked online. We need to do a better job of looking at, coming down to the city here and look at the prints. But that's a big concern for where a lot of people is that unknown. I think he's done a great job in developing a real nice walking area for everybody. My wife and I walk every day. It is a nice area, but we don't want to see that not continue in a great, path of what he's already started there. Again, the lots are getting smaller, the houses are getting more crammed in there. That brings a lot of other things, with traffic control and other things with that. So I just wanted to mention that, just briefly about what I feel about what's going on out there. And it's mainly about the concerns, what's next, how's it going to go next? So thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for moving here. I think Councilor Coran is a very responsive councilwoman and councilor, and it will, if you were to email her, I'm sure she can get you the maps of the different, so that you have an idea of where the zoning of what could possibly go there. I'm often reminded of, and I know she's not here, Councilor Flores. In her district on Sonoma Ranch Boulevard. There are certain areas that are right behind you. You know it's going to be commercial. It's right there on Sonoma Ranch Boulevard, and there's going to be multi-use, probably apartments there. And so, yeah, I don't know where you live, but I'm sure a counselor can get you that information, And is there like a neighborhood association there, or no? You guys want one? No? Okay, okay. Okay. Well, there's no fees. I mean, I think maybe you're coming back from other parts of the country that they have all these neighborhood association fees and all that. No, we're just talking about so that you're like, the High Range had a neighborhood association in the very beginning, in the early 80s, and it worked out well. I mean, they would come to council. They were very, very organized, and it helped a lot, believe me. In fact, I still remember when there was this huge swath of land that was owned by a developer for years, and he decided to build apartments in there, and the High Range Association came, and they got him to still build a 2-story, but they lowered it, so it looked like a 1-story, but it was kind of, and so I think that's just important, and I think that both council and developers listen. So, anyone else? Okay. Councilor Coran, is there anything you'd like to mention? Like I said, this is your district, but I don't know what kind of interaction you've had with the applicant, but I stand behind him. I think he's done a good job for these last several years, and even the years before that he's developed. And I don't think if anything, it's going backwards. If anything, it's going forward, and it's going to be more of the good stuff.
No, thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the community comments. And Carla, thank you for connecting with folks and getting their contact information so I can follow up with you all. Thank you very much, always. No, I agree. And I think what folks always say is, can we just know what the plan is? And I think this is part of that planning conversation. And so I really appreciate you all being here, bearing with us, and then the ongoing conversation that we can keep having. So thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 3000. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, well, thank you very much for staying this late. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, so next, it looks like we don't have any board appointments. Oh, we do? Oh, it's on another page. Okay, so Senior Programs Board, Yolanda Noodle, District 4 appointment. And then on the Senior Programs Advisory Board, Belinda Soto, new appointment. So I'm going to need a motion and a second representing the Benavides Center.
So moved, Graham.
Second, Abeyta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeyta to appoint Belinda Soto to the Senior Programs Advisory Board. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Belinda Soto to the Senior Programs Advisory Board. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, and notice of proposed ordinances, we have none. Now we're going to go to council member board reports. What I wanted to ask, what council thought about this, is I've been approached to see if there's any, okay, let me back up. So on February 10th, 1990, when did you start, Chief? 90, 91 as a police officer?
2003.
Oh, 2003. Okay. Okay, sorry. Well, I know, it's 1990. It just didn't seem that long ago. Okay. Well, anyways, unfortunately, that was the day of that massacre, the bowling alley, right? That's where 5 people died: Amy Hauser, Paula Hogin, Steve Teran, Valerie Teran, Steven Senek. And then injured was Melissa Repass and Ida Hogin. Anyways, I was asked if there's any way we could consider a small sign near there. You know, you've seen this in other areas, but just something there that recognizes them. And then also if we could put the 1990 LCPD team, the one in charge was Captain Fred Rubio, because, you know, they really worked that. And even though it hasn't been solved, but I think I think the family would like that. And I don't know if we need a resolution or we need to bring that back, or I don't know. It looks like everyone's okay with it. And then EFO can have his team, and they can just have a little sign, anything elaborate, but just something on the city right away. And I think the family would be, maybe we should have the sign, and then we can invite the family, and then we can present it to them, and then I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, first.
You should ask.
Yeah. All
You
right.
should ask the mayor, I think.
I think they've been, yeah, but I'll verify that. I'll let them know that it looks like favorable comment from council, and then I'll let you know what they say. But I'm pretty sure because they did have a representative approach me. Okay, great. That's all I have. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just have a few things. I appreciated the last week or maybe 2 weeks, I'm trying to remember, about the grant specific to the Hawk system assessments. And I don't know when we'll find that out, but I imagine in a number of months. And so I wanted to just keep this conversation moving. I think it's important in regards to the pedestrian fatalities and horrible accidents that we've had, that we continue to assess and look at those hot spots. And I'd like to hear back from Public Works and traffic related to that item. I know I keep bringing it up, but I want to make sure that we just keep that in the forefront. I think it's important. Next is special thanks to Carla Walton and staff. We had a Lift Las Cruces update last week at the schools. Lots of great momentum there. Great presentation from all the staff, sort of recommending sort of next steps as it relates to streets, traffic lighting, parks and rec, like with music in the park and those things at Apodaca Park. I think there we had Department of Health and La Casa. We maybe had one constituent. I didn't know if he was a constituent of mine. And police there, talking about community policing. Really appreciated lots of really cool things happening there. And we're Public Works, did I say you guys were there too? Public Works, I didn't want to forget them. And I'm just really excited about those opportunities and how we're going to move forward with addressing the Tree Streets area, the crime and the violence there, with different projects and programming related to the city, but also nonprofits. And I know that I think, Carla, if we could help with streamlining, getting the chambers involved, because there's been some discussion with the business partners specific to that area, and any nonprofits and schools. We didn't have specific schools there. I think it's important to get them there, but I'm really excited about what's happening. Lots of synergy there. So thank you, thank you. The West Gallagher Park, special thanks to Parks. They put together a wonderful presentation. Kathy Matthews always does a great job, but I don't know if you're familiar, but a neighborhood has organized and has asked, right, for the rehab of that park. And so there was a wonderful dialogue by that, the Friends of Gallagher Park, on sort of how to spend, I want to say $150,000. I don't see Parks here, but I think that's the amount. And we had some really cool ideas. So I just wanted to honor and to shout out to Parks for that great meeting. And then I attended the Community Foundation. It was the last of the ribbon cutting celebrations. It was very well attended, and they have such a beautiful forever spot or place over at the old Cutter Gallery. It's just gorgeous, and what they're going to be able to do there is going to be fantastic to provide space for our nonprofits to have different, a meeting space for them or different events, and it's just gorgeous. It feels great in there, and the work that they do, although challenging, is very important because they just, bring those 501c3s that may not have a home and sort of manage funding for those folks that want to donate to very worthy causes. And with that, Mayor, I'm going to pass it over or back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Coran.
Thank you. I just want to give a quick update on some things related to ASCMV. Earlier, we heard about the distemper conversation that's happening, but moreover, I wanted to invite you all to the leadership of Las Cruces, which is a function of the Greater Chamber of Commerce. Their project this year was to raise money and get dogs adopted from the shelter, and so they're having a Mutt and Meow Festival, which will take place Saturday, May 14th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can bring your pets, and or if you want them to be wearing a costume, they can be, and that includes cats, just for the record. So, Councilor Abeyta, if you are into that, and your cats on a leash. But I also we made a commitment as politicians who support the ASCMV to sort of have a little challenge grant to raise money, because it is a fundraiser to help support the ASCMV. So if anyone wants to contribute to that statement, I would appreciate it. And also, I will be there. Neither I nor my dog will be in a costume, but I will be there to support the ASCMV, and there'll be a mutt strut and all of those things. So I hope you might come the 14th, 10 to 2 p.m. in the Greater Chamber of Commerce parking lot. And so it'll be a really fun and exciting day. So if you can make it. And that's all.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. That sounds fun. I might come with my Santo dressed up. That sounds like a good idea. Just really quick, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I'm going to say it anyway, because last week, Codes Officer Anaya told me that he's leaving to pursue higher education and law school, and I just wanted to say how sad I am for us as a city, but how excited I am for him, and just wanted to wish him well, because he, in the short time I've known him, he's just been really wonderful, and he has built really great relationships in the community, and I think, so I think we're really going to miss him, but wanted to wish him best. And then additionally, I wanted to thank Carla, Officer Glimpf, Lieutenant Witila, and Officer Anaya for joining me last week to start planning some conversations with small businesses and residents down West Picacho, and I'm very excited about what we have coming up. But I really wanted to thank them for coming to talk, just brainstorming with me about what that could look like. I don't think I've done this yet. Time recently today, really, but it's been passing, I don't even know what time it is. But I don't know if I've done this yet or not. I wanted to thank all staff again for the Fire Station 3 ribbon cutting. That ceremony was really beautiful and really wonderful. I'm so excited to hear for when the crew actually moves in. I know there's still a couple things missing, but just wanted to really thank everyone who made that day happen, but then certainly all the staff who have helped us get to the actual ribbon cutting. So thank you all very much. And then lastly, I just have one request. The multi-use trails never have doggy baggies for poop pickup. There's no better way to say that. And so I just want to make sure that the new ones, like the Armijo lateral and any of those back there, the little things are there, but there's never any baggies. If we can get someone on that EFO, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. First District 3 meeting, I think, was a big success. We had a great turnout. Huge thanks. First of all, Lynn Middle School, Las Cruces' first community school, so what better place to have a community meeting. Thank you for allowing us to hold it there. To Deputy Chief Justin Allen from Fire, who came out and gave us some great information. David Weir, who not only presented on GO bonds, but also answered a bunch of questions that I couldn't have answered. And finally, Carla Walton, who got this thing, made it happen from start to finish, and when she and I locked ourselves out of the school building after, would have been willing to climb a fence with me in her fancy shoes. It didn't come to that, but she was there and ready to do that. And like Carla, other duties as assigned. Thank you so much for making that happen for District 3. Second, I was really heartened to see the turnout today from the cannabis small business community. I thought that was really inspiring to see them coming out and speaking. I know there's been talk of forming a task force for ongoing conversations. I just want to say I'm really interested in that and would be pleased to participate. And last, but certainly not least, May 1st through May 7th is Municipal Clerks Week. And I wanted to shout out the best municipal clerk in the whole world, Christine, who keeps us on task, who makes sure that we're doing everything right, does it with an incredible attitude. And speaking especially as someone who has been in the city for such a short time, you are my go-to. So thank you so much, and we are so lucky to have you. Yay! Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. The last 2 weeks have been filled with public events. So just the laundry listing some of these items, but I also spoke at the Community Foundation grand opening. That was lovely. I attended the El Paso Electric Board meeting with Councilor Graham, and I also spoke with a community organization this Sunday, just giving them an update on things that were happening in the city and within the district. This upcoming Friday, I will be taking a tour with El Paso Electric to their power stations, so I look forward to that. I'm not supposed to wear shoes with any sort of metal on them, so.
You literally electrocuted.
Yeah, but I am very excited to learn more about that. And then later in May, around the 15th, I will be going to DC with the Greater Chamber and with Andy Hume as well, I believe, is going to be going. We are going to be talking a little bit with airports, different types of federal funding, and maybe with land management as well. So I'm looking forward to that. District needs, as I was at the grand opening with the fire station, there was one piece of equipment that I saw that I thought would be very helpful for Fire Station 4. So I'm not sure if they have it, but Fire Station 4 is the hazmat station. In the new fire station, they had a really wonderful washer, dryer, cleaner, and system to kind of decontaminate. And so I was going to check to make sure that Fire Station 4 had just as pristine of equipment. Yeah, sure.
Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, Station 4 has a system there. It is not as pristine. That station, we've kind of overgrown it a little bit with staffing, but they do have what we call an extractor for cleaning bunker gear after a fire, so we can remove the carcinogens. They have a station-built dryer system that they use to dry their bunker gear. Most other stations, they just hang their bunker gear to let it dry. Also of note, a couple years ago, we received legislative funding that helped us get a head start on purchasing 2 sets of bunker gear for all of our firefighters. So after a fire, when they return to the station, they can wash their contaminated gear, and then they have clean gear ready to go. And then Station 3 is kind of the leading model of how to set up a decon line for coming back from hazardous calls.
Okay, great. Thank you. Happy to help find solutions to make sure that, since they're doing that extra work too, if we need to do anything to make sure that we're taking care of that. So thank you. And then on Conway Avenue, apparently there has been a lot of speeding, not only by cars, but with bicyclists. And Conway is used a lot by walkers, especially with a lot in aged populations. And so there's starting to become a little bit of a conflict with that. And so it has been requested if there's any way to even paint on just a reminder that the speed limit is only around 25 over there, even for bikers. Okay. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ifo, You're the last thing between us and dinner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is going to be quick. Just a couple things. Well, I usually get all my everything from my staff, and you could tell they want to go home too. So because I only got a couple things. So transit went back in full service April 25th. Hours of operation are 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Saturdays. So far, no issues, just happy customers. And then congratulations to Andy Hume. I know if Councilor Flores was here, this was on her list to share. And the airport team, with assistance from Amy Bassford and grants, being awarded a $3.5 million grant to reinstate air passenger service to Albuquerque. So receiving this grant gives Las Cruces the critical seed funding to lift air passenger service off the ground. Yes. Did you write that, Ikadi, or was that Andy? Pun intended. Flights to Albuquerque are being planned to commence later this year.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting.
And just the fact, the last time flights were offered to Albuquerque from our airport was around 2005. Wow. So that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, that sounds exciting. Yeah, I used to go from Las Cruces out to Alamogordo, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and then, no, didn't go to Albuquerque. I mean, yeah, there's a lot. Okay, if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second, Abeyta.
Who made the motion? Me. Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeyta. Christine?
This is a
World's
motion
greatest clerk.
to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Absolutely yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
And Mayor.
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned at 6:44 p.m. Have a good rest of the evening.